I'm like pretty much doing sound check as we went live because I realized I didn't check while we were yapping. So far, it looks good. Hello, we're back for difficult terrain. This is going to be a very interesting episode because I'm very tired, and I think a lot of other people are too, or something. So we're going to see how it goes. But I'm gonna get us started with passing it off to the cast to introduce themselves, and I'm gonna start with Nanners.
I'm Nenners, Nenario, Don Nenario, Nenarino sometimes. I play Valen Dantiok, a wizard theurgy who currently had his wisdom reduced by a tremendous amount, and I will be doing my best to represent that. Uh, was a cranky, crotchety old man coming in, and it is not going to get better, boys. So just wanted to warn you on that. Uh, let's see. Who should be the next victim? I think Maya Papaya deserves some spotlight there, girl. Why don't you take it home?
Why do I deserve spotlight, Nindas?
You got the Reading Rainbow shirt on.
What have I done?
Oh my! It's a dress. It's a
Just
dress.
because of the clothing I wear. I see. Thank you. Hello, I'm Maya. I play Irene. She's a sorcerer with a phoenix inside the sorcery. So when she sorcers, there's phoenixes happening.
Phoenicians.
Accurate description. She is also a water genasi, which means she got the water in her. So when she sorcerers, the sorcery also waters the grass.
What? Nope.
You can catch me on this channel on Fridays, usually for Legacy Campaign, for Saturdays for Difficult Terrain, where we get our stats nerfed on a weekly basis, and sometimes you may lose your class if you're unlucky. Or if you don't get either of those, you'll probably get some trauma. There's usually some kind of gift. And on Sundays for Power Rangers. And all of those are run by my marvelous friends here. They're fantastic and also show up on this channel very frequently. And with that, I will pass it to another person who shows up on this channel frequently. And that person is Dubs.
Hello, I'm the Dubs, father of the Nubs, husband to the Foos, and player of Cadrono, a half-orc cleric who keeps the team alive, sort of.
Sort of.
Yes, sort of. Spitfire Volley.
Hey everybody, I am Vogly, and I am on this channel just once a week. I play Nirja Zaran, the Battlemaster Fighter, Bronze Dragonborn, shoots lightning out her face, and she won miraculously this trial at this ball gala diplomatic gladiatorial kind of thing. So I'm very excited about that. I hope it works. And her mom's here also at the party. She also has one remaining demon in her head, a bunch of dead people, and one of who doesn't like her. And I pass it off to the very friendiferous.
Hello, I'm the very friendiferous, as forementioned.
And
I am
friend
here.
Japan.
Playing Ryland. He's classless right now, and I'll let the DM tell you why, because she's mean. And yeah, that's all I'm going to tell you about that. You can find me here, depressingly, being attacked by numerous DMs. And yeah, Darkest Campaigns, still up in the air.
Who do you play?
Don't understand. He did say Ryland at the very beginning.
He did say Ryland? Okay.
He absolutely did. Anyway, slander aside, hello. We're back. I'm Foozca. I'm the DM for Difficult Terrain. I'm gonna hop into a bit of the recap, but I think I'm also just gonna remind both myself and everyone else that tomorrow is the third and final episode of Power Rangers. It might be starting a little earlier just because we are trying to squeeze in, what would have been a 4-episode thing into a 3-episode thing. But we will update you on the time that it will be starting. But otherwise, that's tomorrow. And yeah, we're kind of settling back into our old schedule of Friday, Saturdays, and stuff and things. But picking up with the preventers, they have been invited to a ball gala gathering of some kind by the kings of Kimate Kimane, hoping that they could kind of discover some more things, perhaps be able to monitor what's going on a little bit better, as the kings have to kind of um, be themselves and sort of be their political leader personas, which might make it a little bit harder for them to notice anything. So, in inviting you, it has been not the best of welcomes, as you recognize some faces that were very unpleasant, some that were old friends, old contacts, very many different faces mixed within this crowd. But as things kind of progressed and tension kind of continued to rise, people were meeting with their friends, families, other contacts, and such. But the two first events were announced, which was Ego and Refraction. After a little bit of convincing, it turned out everybody was going to participate in either event, with Refractions being Nurja and get out of here. Being Nirja and Kodrono, and Refractions having Irene, Ryland, and Ego. Ego. Yes, I said Refractions again. Ego having Irene, Ryland, and Valen as well. Both seem to have sort of visions of some kind. Refraction kind of pulling what seemed to be a different version of whoever agreed to participate in the event, each of which were individual and didn't seem to allude to anyone else's experiences. Everything seemed unique and very much sort of cordoned off to whoever was participating. Whereas in Ego, statues of some kind of representation of whoever was there was visible. And although everyone could see everyone else who was participating, the conversations and interactions that were happening were private, it seemed. So after sort of strange conversations with yourselves, depending on who was talking to who and which statues were there, at the end of both events, both Ego and Refraction, there was a possibility to grow or a possibility to get burned, as it is. It turns out that Team Refractions nailed it, as both of them passed and both of them left with a boon or buff of some kind. Whereas, unfortunately, Team Ego did not have the same such luck, having failed all of them the saving throw. Ryland's charisma had, being the chosen stat to be lowered, unfortunately, cut his charisma score in half and therefore not high enough to be a paladin. So unfortunately, currently, Ryland is without his paladin gifts at the moment. Valen lost half of his wisdom, which was not wildly high to begin with, and that screen is gone. And Irene, I believe, did you lose your dex, if I remember correctly?
Yeah.
Yep.
You know how important Dex is to me, you motherfucker.
Yeah.
And
now
I
it's
remember what I went through on that cleric, and now you're doing this to me again.
It's 6 right now. Her dexterity is 6.
No more dancing for you.
You just broke my ankle shoes.
That's literally the only way I got to talk to that man. But yes, we ended
with no dex. I just picture like when she got nerfed, some NBA player ran across the real hard and then ran. She just broke her ankles and fell.
And she broke her ankles and her wrists. But yeah, with the Team Ego kind of suffering those losses, unfortunately. And Team Refractions, no, it's only for Vogley, so she'll just reload and pop back in.
Oh, okay.
So with all that happening, we ended right at the end of both of those events. So the team hasn't met up again yet or had a kind of chance to discuss with each other outside of the initial Nenners.
The initial Nenners?
The initial Nenners. Nenners is posting what he imagines Irene's going to dance like in Discord, and it feels a little disrespectful, if I'm going to be honest. It's very bad. Anyway, check out Discord because we post stuff as we're live, and it's ridiculous. God damn. She's getting it. I just love her energy. Okay, but with that, we're picking up with you guys still being separated at the moment. But I'm also gonna take the time to announce our winners, which I believe I updated, but I might not have. So give me 1 second. I didn't. Oopsie. Okay. Congratulations to Kodrono and Irene, as the two of you are the proud owners of the inspiration for tonight.
I'm gonna need those.
Yay!
Yay! Congrats.
Yay!
So we are going to pick up with. I think I will pick up with team Refractions first, which was Kodrono and Nirja, and Nirja's mom and entourage a bit, just because I think we ended with Ego, so I don't want to start with them just now.
Also,
So
you have
Team
to
Ego
wait for Flandy to finish crying.
Correct. Flandy has turned off his camera and is
crying.
And is crying.
Oh, crying.
Yeah. Is that accurate?
You couldn't even hear
yes.
it through your blubbering?
I'm so distraught.
You can hear it. Anyway, picking up with them. Let me get to the room. You guys can literally just leave too. I'm just popping us back to the room just so that you know who was there essentially. So don't feel like you need to stay here by any means. But Kodrono, Nirja, and Hasina all came from this. Actually, let me double check with Hasina because. Oh yes. Okay. Yep. Okay. So as this particular event comes to a close, you can see that Mirchiswa remains in that sort of giant crystal in the center, but he's not quite regarding anyone unless they sort of speak to him. So at the moment, it just seems more like he's just standing in the room with you. But various reactions around the room. You also recognize that Budai was there at the start of the event, but he is gone right now. And people are slowly kind of starting to shuffle out. And just at a cursory glance, no like insight or perception needed, there's certainly a mix of reactions. Some of which feel like they are leaving with a little bit of like skittishness or hesitation, whereas others feel perhaps bolstered or a little more confident than how they first came in. But the rest of you, having experienced what you just did, Nirja, your mom is kind of holding your hand at the moment and still kind of sweeping the area, kind of seeing if she can find Budai, but does not seem to be having any success.
Nirja would have done the exact same thing, like look for Budai, and she probably would have noticed her mother doing that too, and she would have said, it's unsettling he left first. How is that possible?
Well, I think it's very possible if he wasn't participating in the event we were as well. Most likely, he had the time to do whatever he wanted. And as she's saying that, you realize like one hand is holding yours and the other is kind of like patting herself down.
Yeah, as soon as her mother alluded to that, you're just like, and she like checks for Myth Her Majesty.
Yeah, Myth Her Majesty's still there.
Okay. Is everything that I brought in here still in my pockets?
Give me an investigation check.
Fuck. All right, hold on.
Shit! We got the first roll of the night, boys.
All right. Insight. Foos.
Investigation, not insight.
Yeah,
investigation. Okay. I'm also. I think I got the. All right. I'll ask you this in a minute. I'm sorry. Insight or not insight.
Investigation.
Fucking threw me off.
Lordy.
Did it roll?
God.
I clicked it.
It sure did. It did. Yeah, you don't recognize anything missing.
Oh, cool. Cool beans. That's great.
Fucking
hell. I don't notice anything missing. I kind of... I want to use my birthday inspiration for that, but I don't.
I heard so many struggle noises in the first 5 minutes of the game.
We literally, like, we just started.
I need to know if he took anything. All right, hold on.
You sound like something that's failing to start properly.
All right, I'm gonna roll my birthday inspiration. Don't fail me. Oh, thank fuck.
Okay, there you go.
All right, cool.
Adding that to your 7. Yeah, you are confident nothing has been taken from you.
All right, thank fuck. All right, let me uncheck the birthday inspo. Okay, so so she also turns to Hasina and to let her know to just pat down her pockets, and she's kind of like on herself and just like looking at Hasina. Maybe you should check your purse or for anything that could have easily fallen off.
We don't really carry our secrets both in our pockets or in our minds. So what you see me wearing is what I have. And unless you notice any part of me that is showing that was not previously, I should be okay.
All right, good. Um, she's also going to look around the room to the other Dragonborn and try and get a sense of how they handled the situation.
Yeah, it was mentioned at the end of last episode, but don't worry.
Okay.
They
Don't
both look a
worry.
little shaken, whereas your mom seemed the most solid of the
Okay.
trio for sure.
Okay, all right, and good. I also let me also put in the chat what I got from the thing from last time. Okay, so Nirja is just going to pull gently on her mother's hand and towards the door and just leave, while also looking at Mirchiswa as occasionally as she goes.
Okay. As you are heading out, Hasina kind of walks beside Kodrano at the moment and just sort of tries to get an idea of how he took it, but just kind of looking over you, you hear her speak up eventually. You look okay? How'd it go for you?
It was an experience. Yes.
It felt like at the end we could bless you.
Bless you, child.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh my god! I'm sorry. It was such a like pronounced sneeze. It just made me.
I couldn't mute myself.
Very amused.
I'm gonna mute myself just in case.
All right, sounds good. Saying, oh yes, Hasina in responding to Kodrono. It seemed as though we were, I don't know, speaking to a form of ourselves, but I think, strangely enough, it felt more like at the end there was a chance to succumb, in a way.
Yes.
It sounds like you didn't, so that's good.
Yes. Judging by what I see, it looks like some are leaving with benefits and some are not.
It's
But
something to keep in mind. It's all weird, but I don't know. Maybe we can learn from it.
yes.
And she's saying all this as you are all like heading out, but she's just kind of
While
talking.
walking out.
Yeah, walking and talking as you guys are doing so. So I'm gonna have you all sort of exit this place. And let me see. Just
as
quick.
we're heading out, is it okay if Nirja asks her mom something?
Yeah, absolutely. You can keep talking to her as
Yes,
you're moving around.
She's going to say, which version of you did you see?
You'll see her just sort of look around for a moment, and I have been offered many positions in my time. I had the uncanny vision of myself in a higher position.
Yep.
A childless, loveless business version of myself, perhaps.
Ooh. How did What were you
She just
able to
squeezes
learn?
your hand.
Oh.
You see sort of like not a hard look come over her eyes, but just sort of a like leave it there look in your direction.
She's just going to nod once and keep going out. I saw, I think, possibly the highest potential form of myself. And I also saw the worst version. That was... I felt very much for that person. And fear that person as well. Well, both of them. The one that seemed to have the, or maybe achieved the most potential was also showing the most callous behavior.
Perhaps that is a family trait that we are both fighting against. Or
Yeah.
perhaps these are simply games to someone with a very sick sense of humor. Daughter, I don't believe you have fully answered my initial question. She kind of turns to face you with like both of your hands in her hands. Why do you look like this? And as she kind of like opens her hands with yours and her like palms to palms, she can see her own hands through yours.
Oh.
Yurja nods and she says, "You're right, and I haven't, and it would be better if we didn't talk about that here. It's these people who play these games would be very interested to know what very little I know, even though it may not be as bad as we think."
I have my guesses. As she's saying this, you can feel like one of her hands tremble just for a moment. Can you at least confirm?
I can try. I'm also not sure, not very sure. I don't want to confirm something that may not even be true. If it's just like if I were to look at a battlefield, I don't necessarily want an extremely rough estimate. I want as close to the actual number as possible. Does that make sense?
You only get closer to the actual number by taking stock of everything you know. So, why don't you and I take stock of what is around us? And as she kind of looks around, everyone has an aura of some kind, a reflection of some kind, something that is visible. For the most part, there's almost a double of everyone's sort of tell. There's something, almost everyone has some kind of red or some kind of gold, something similar to what Kodrono has, something similar to what Valen has. What you have noticed is it feels as though both you and Irene seem to be the only ones with either phoenix wings flapping slightly on her back or transparency for you.
Okay.
So after she kind of looks around again, she looks back at you. There's nothing else, no one else who looks like this.
Yeah. And I don't want to keep things from you, but I fear who is listening.
Give me a persuasion check.
Do I get advantage?
No, this is your mom! Absolutely not! If anything, you get disadvantage, but I'm not going to do that to you. Just flat roll.
Did it roll? Oh god damn it!
Oh shit.
Oh, it did roll all right.
Why?
Roll all right. You see her just sort of extend another long look on you and then slowly kind of retract her hands. And after they kind of fall to her sides for a moment, she starts kind of tidying up her appearance a little bit and just fixing herself up before. I have people I need to speak with while I'm here. If we can't speak here, then we will find another time.
Hopefully, right after this, I do want to speak with you.
Enjoy the rest of your night. I should see you around, I'm sure.
How do you feel, Flandy? Did you get it all out?
I did.
Oh no. Oh no.
It's all gone.
Okay.
Just like my charisma.
Oh,
Excuse me. But you feel her kind of pulling away from you and about to walk off with the other Dragonborn.
Mom, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't send any word. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too. And she just gives you kind of a wan smile and then walks off with the other two. And I'll leave you there and head over to the ego team as I have. She's gonna disappear. Not disappear, but just walk off. Your mom disappears. That's a bad time. So
Wait,
heading
Mom?
over.
again, Foos?
No, she's fine. Everything's fine. Don't panic. It's okay.
I'm not fine. I'm not.
I'm,
Neither the player nor Nirja.
it's fine. Everything's fine. Heading to ego
we're
team.
not.
If I do remember correctly, though, I'm quite sure Valen was very much like, "I'm trying to fuck out of this room real quick." So obviously, like I mentioned, you guys could be leaving. You don't need to stay here. I'm just bringing you back
I
here.
think
on
we
his
set
way.
her already.
Yeah, I'm
You're
pretty sure.
fucking right off. Okay, sounds good. Let me get you back then, because we'll go back to the main room. But you guys are heading out. Is there anywhere in particular you're heading to after that encounter?
We're going home.
We're
Party's
going. I
over.
want to go home. This is bullshit.
Valen's gonna go visit the only person with sense here, and that's his wizard bro. And talk shop with him.
Okay,
It's wizard, bro.
the one who gave him his staff. Yeah, he's quite a distance away. He's
Oh.
pinging, but he's miles away. He's all the way down here.
Yeah, he'll start hobbling. I mean, obviously it's not an instant thing, but he'll just start
Yeah, of
hobbling in
course.
that direction.
Hey, Flandy, how
Absolutely.
many random encounters do you think Angry Valen will trigger on his way to this wizard?
Oh my gosh.
Roll a
He's
D100
gonna walk
at
over
30.
there and be like, "You a bitch, and you a bitch, and you a bitch. I hate you. I'm gonna fight you later."
Valen's gonna be that Dave
Just
Chappelle
slap
thing where
him.
that woman comes up and she just like puts his hand on her face and pushes away like, get out of here. just try to talk to somebody, leave me alone. Kemen absolutely follows after you though.
Okay.
For
Hey, buddy, what's
numerous reasons, but the two of you are heading out.
Hey, buddy, what's up?
Irene and Ryland, what are you two up to?
Irene's immediately gonna turn to Rylan, given Valen's outbursts, and just be like, "What was that all about? Do you think he saw something terrible in there?" Well, actually, no, scratch that. That's a guarantee. Should we follow him and make sure he doesn't get into any more trouble? Do you need a moment to stop chewing?
Get out of here. I think the cost on this one was too great.
Would it? I mean, my reflexes feel a little weird to feel off, but what happened to you?
I'm trying to think of like how to not word good it.
It took
Did
you
you say word good it?
Yep, I did.
Okay, good. I was like, maybe I misheard.
Nope,
No, he said word good it. Okay.
I did. His charisma reduced by half. He ain't gonna word good. Gotta figure out how to do that.
To be
Could you
fair,
get some
he
of the
doesn't
mental stats
normally
mixed
word
up?
good. He's just very persuasive.
But he's just, I already couldn't feel the connection very well here, and now there's none.
Because of this place, or
Because of that, looks over his shoulder thing.
I think Irene, just kind of looking over him, you would be able to tell like that's like his stature is different, and there's always been an aura, of course, from the magical capabilities, but like you've always felt it. You've always been. It's almost like sort of a little magic hug aura that Ryland seemed to have, but like that warmth, that comfort is fully gone.
yeah. When she picks up on that, she's gonna kind of look at him with concern and just be like, "We should catch up to him and discuss what we had to deal with in there, if he's even willing to."
That's what said. He's gonna need some time.
I don't think
More
he's
than
going
welcome
to
to.
here. It seems like everything around every corner is setting him off.
Rightfully so. I'm gonna figure out the next two.
I mean, at least Kimmon's with him, and I guess that's fine. Where's the Missouri Drive? Are they still around?
Yeah, they're close to the entrance where you went in. They're right around here.
She's gonna try to. You mind if we go back over to your people? Well, I guess our people now. That feels nice.
Island will follow.
Okay.
What the fuck just happened?
Silence
ain't
and then
got
Ryland will
no-
follow.
Charisma.
Non-verbal
It's just the
violence.
sudden, like shift.
Yup.
Yeah, she's gonna head over to the Missouri Tribe, and if Ryland doesn't immediately speak up, she's gonna be like, "That didn't go so well for us."
You see Mbudu. Sorry. As you finish saying that, you see Mbudu kind of looking in the direction of where Valen went before looking back at the two of you. Yes, your friend seemed to leave in a bit of a huff.
Well, it's been him the whole time here, but it's even worse now. Inside that room, we were faced with statues of ourselves, and seemed to be some strange sort of representation of what could be our futures if things had gone differently, at least for me. I don't really know what it was for you all, but I'm pretty sure my statue moved and spoke. What about you guys?
Ryland is just ignoring you, I guess.
It must be
Sorry,
really good.
I was
Whatever
reading
you-
my thingies. I thought you were still talking to the elder. What'd you say?
She is, but she's talking to you too.
I missed it. I was reading because I gotta ask questions.
Oh my lord. Okay. Yeah. So Irene was basically saying she saw a statue of herself, like a possibility of the future, essentially. She was like, I don't know if that's what everyone saw. How about you? And then silence.
Oh, I missed that. How about you? My apologies.
Continuing his proud tradition of disappointing women. Right.
Yeah, anyway.
Oh
Yeah, it talked back kind of. It mentioned I don't know if Ryland's smart enough to realize that that's like alternate realities, or maybe not. Maybe they're futures. Maybe they're, I don't know. But he's gonna say, like, mentioned a Soul Seeker Dragon attack. Does that sound
Wait, I'm
familiar?
sorry.
To us?
Yes.
I don't believe so. No.
I said we forgot. Has there ever been any unexplained
Well,
disappearance in people, a reduction in.
I have.
Not sure if it's
Suddenly,
happened or if it was warning that it might happen.
Suddenly, I feel as though the wrong elder is here. I can't recall anything, but if it is a matter of memory, then perhaps I'm unreliable. I would assume that perhaps Mara would have better records of something that happened, even if it was perhaps erased.
It would require a high level of scrutiny to figure out. From my understanding, if this thing attacks, even like written histories of whatever it consumes is gone. It would be very difficult to identify unless you know what you're looking for.
We still have elders who were alive during the first attacks that made us relocate. Perhaps it is worth speaking with them?
Perhaps we should relocate again. Perhaps it's time.
That would be difficult, but possible.
There's also more stuff mentioned, but I don't think it's safe to talk about it here.
I understand.
Well, I guess he already knows. I'm sure he was listening. Maybe it doesn't matter if we talk about it here.
I will not force you to speak if you are hesitant.
Riley's gonna do a quick look over his shoulders and like see if anybody's like paying attention to this crew. Like,
Sure, give me a perception check.
at least that stat's the same.
Don't worry, that didn't go.
That's amazing.
We've had 3 rolls and
You're
none
coming
of
in
them
strong
have been
tonight.
in the double digits.
Yeah.
Nobody that you can tell seems to be paying any attention to you.
The thing, and he's pointing to the Talana mark specifically, not the murderous masterful bastard. Bless you. You only get one.
Bless you.
I'm done. Go ahead.
You only get one,
But he's
bless
pointing.
you.
He's pointing to the Talana mark. I think it corrupts our thing.
I think.
He's like doing the raised eyebrow, like the, you know.
I was unaware it could be correct. What made you think that?
That's what it said.
Interesting. Perhaps we alert the Tumaini.
I have no way of doing that right now, and I don't know if I trust his courier service. It might just be a matter of time.
Let's hope it's not that. You discovered all this through the event? The eco event?
Yes. My statue version of me gave information. I'm not sure. Again, I'm not sure if it's correct, but or accurate. I don't know if it's things to come, or things that have happened, or maybe in a different realm happens. What about you, Irene? Also, where did Lahiri go?
Lahiri's not far from the door. That thankfully you don't really need a perception check for that. She's kind of obvious with her very bright hair and horns and such. She took a few steps away from the door, but she did come out like probably a good 5 minutes after you all left.
Ryland's gonna like shoot her probably horribly. The look of like, we need to talk later.
Oh. What does that look like?
I imagine it's just making the eye contact, and Ryland's like, he's just talking, and he's like, I know you can hear my words right now. This is totally. He's probably like smoke coming up.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Actually, with that, like, while that's going on, he's like, oh wait, hold on. Lahiri, are you in this?
Regrettably now.
Regrettably now. Well, I mean, they said you had to accept when you walked through the thing.
What do you want? What do you want? What do you want?
Oh, hey. Can we talk later?
Yes.
What the fuck?
How'd it go? I imagine he's still making eye contact with her.
I also kind of imagine you still making that like, how'd it go, huh? Like, just making all kinds of faces in the background. She kind of smiles a little bit at that, even from the distance, but then responds, well. It went well.
It went not well for me. I feel like my non-meta version of charisma has been drained.
You're weighed down by the guilt of the statue.
You do seem a little less annoyingly confident.
I was annoyingly confident.
Oh my god.
Irritatingly so, yes, but that doesn't mean I wish to have that taken from you. We'll definitely need to converse, especially with your cranky companion.
Oh, good luck.
I promised we would share any information we have received, and I have received quite a bit.
What did you gain?
I think something that will help a fight we have coming up.
Oh boy. Okay, talk to you soon.
And you see her kind of walking off in the back, looking as though she's heading back towards perhaps the food and drink area, but she's walking off. And Irene, you did actually watch Ryland kind of like look at her direction and like seemingly make faces as if he was speaking to her, but not hearing him speak out loud. And then she walked off, but you were privy to all of that body language at the very least.
It's funny because he asked me a question right before he was just like, hey, question. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what the question was anymore. Like,
He was basically asking if you had dire warnings as well.
From the statue, right? Well, before she addresses that, she's gonna be like, what was that?
Oh, it's. I was saying hi through the spores that you didn't take.
She took them too? Oh, okay. Well.
How'd you know who I was talking? How do you know it was a she?
He's gonna make the faces that she was making, or that he was making at her. Just be like, I don't know. Well, why would I know? It was pretty obvious, Riley. You two had something going on. I mean, unless you're meeting her after the party for something else, that had to be something. Anyway.
Oh heavens no!
What?
Oh heavens no!
Okay.
I think she succeeded. and whatever that was.
Oh. All right. I don't think it was kind of like, this is me, Maya, talking. I don't think there was like a win-lose thing. It was more like a, here's the thing you are faced with.
I imagine we, like, do we not feel like the save, if you will, like we normally do, or was it different?
Yeah, you were able to feel like in failing the save, each of you would also kind of get the idea that there's a boon or a debuff kind of at the end of this, and unfortunately, due to the rolls, you all got the debuffs essentially, but there was a chance to come out with a bonus. And excuse me, I need to go yell at Dubs because he already fell asleep and his neck is making me nervous. So I'm going to mute myself and converse between shelves.
All right. But yeah, she's just like, I was faced with a frankly shitty version of myself. Possibly.
I think I may.
Further ahead in time.
Possibly from what?
Further ahead in time.
I couldn't figure it out.
It's like when I stare at him, I fall asleep too.
Oh, hello.
I didn't expect him to talk. But okay, also, and out of character stuff, Nubs never lays on anyone's lap unless there's a blanket. And he actually just sat on Dubs' lap with no blanket on at all. So he was like, this is amazing. And then he just stared at him and fell asleep as well. That's what happened on that couch. Anyway, I'm going to mute myself and continue.
I think I might have 2 more siblings.
I'm sorry?
It said we failed. Roland and I failed them. The whole stupid soul seeker thing.
Wait, are you saying that you think that you've forgotten, like, Nirja?
I think so. I'm not sure. Some of it seemed to things to come, and it made sense because it was talking about the issue over that. But I don't know if that was things to come, things that happened, like I was saying earlier. It just doesn't feel right.
We have a lot to consider. What do you make of this? She's looking to Hasina.
Oh, Hasina's not there.
She ain't here yet.
Okay, I was like, yeah. I would say, just with that thought, Irene looking across the way, because you did know where you guys had to go for ego and where the rest of your team had to go for fractions. From across the way, you can recognize your friends well enough. But you can see that Nirja and Kodrona have both exited, as well as Hasina. So you can see them. If you want to say you make eye contact and wave either side over, that's totally fine. But you can recognize that both events are done.
Yeah. All right. I guess Irene's gonna kind of look over at them and make it blatantly obvious, like, just make sure she gets it.
Thank you for that.
She's not gonna do that.
Can we have an emoji of Irene doing that?
Can I get a performance check to see Rylands right now?
Oh my god. Actually, I fucking just want a performance check from Ryland. I don't even know why. No, you're good. But Nirja, you see Irene making eyes at you from across the way.
Not the way I did just now. She would not do that.
Just staring. Yeah, of course.
Yes. Nirja obviously is gonna head over, and she's to you, Irene. She looks a bit crestfallen, and is chatting with Kodrono and Hasina as they make their way over.
Yeah, she's gonna try to meet them halfway, hopefully with the Missouri tribe with him.
Alrighty.
Ryland's
so
put a hand on his back, I guess.
If you're doing that there, that's butt.
Yeah, that's right.
Straight out is just butt. That's amazing.
We have to go meet our friend.
Oh no! Just hand on butt. God damn. Okay. So I will have you guys kind of meeting them halfway. Then I'll kind of hop over to Valen, who's going to go speak with the other wizard.
Valen
Good luck
the
with
cranky.
Valen and
Valen's a
Kemen,
cranky.
who you recognize. It's strangely enough, you kind of have to go down from like tier to tier, as most of this is sort of a strange magical architecture of some kind. But as you're walking on one particular tier, the first one you go past seems to be mostly occupied by lizard men. From what you've noticed, they seem to be sort of humanoid for the most part. And even though all of these tokens have weapons, they don't seem to carry any weapons that you can see. They do seem to have various different sort of like wooden and bone made jewelry and such adorning them, and they look probably as nice as they allow or can do. But as you are walking by, they just kind of nod in your general direction and resume kind of conversing amongst themselves. But as you make your way down to the next one, Kemen is sort of keeping pace with you the whole time, but he's like kept quiet initially just because of the way you took off. But closer to the destination and by the lizards, he'll kind of speak up. Hey, you good?
No, I lost something in there, and I forced a change in perspective. Kind of cutting to the core of this issue and all this superlative bullshit.
Uh-huh. Okay. What do you want to do about it?
Nothing here, unfortunately. We have been properly muzzled due to the social elements of this.
Mhm.
Preparing for the future, as all good wizards do.
Great. Okay. Are you gonna be this intense the whole time? Might be a little hard.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't have an honest answer for you.
Okay. He kind of like looks concerned and then like puts a hand on your shoulder for a second. Just, you have others to lean on, all right? Because I feel very man on a mission right now, and I don't think you have to do it on your own, all right?
Thank you. Are you okay? Because you've been uncharacteristically quiet this whole time.
This is really just unbelievably out of my wheelhouse, to the point where I'm kind of not sure what to do with myself. But to answer your question, I guess I feel a little like foggy.
Yeah, I think that the hosts takes things from you.
That's rude. They, I don't know, the me I talk to, the statue me I talk to, I guess, seemed to talk a lot about us. The four of us. So maybe we'll talk about that later.
I think that'd be best.
Okay.
No, I'm pretty sure he already saw whatever you saw.
Okay, cool. We can talk about it now?
No harm in it.
All right. So I think, according to who I spoke to, we were planned, but not by Vlaakith. And her finding out is actually the only reason she's working with our host.
That's highly unusual.
Yeah. So from what statue me told me, at least, she doesn't like him and is kind of forced into this situation. he has a card bigger than any of us expected over her. That's why she hasn't waged war on him or anything.
Are you trying to tell me that the Queen could be a potential ally?
I really, really advise against it. Like, I can't tell you how much I advise against it. But look, maybe not an ally, but maybe something to add to the confusion and chaos, to maybe mask something we do. I don't know.
No, it's good to know. They're not completely in bed with each other. It's good. Good to know. Thank you.
Yeah. It's real weird. We all share fractions of a person.
This was alluded to before. Are we talking about one singular entity that has been shattered or reincarnated incorrectly?
What my statue seemed to think is that it was someone that was thought to be dead and was otherwise found and turned into us.
I hate to
We were
admit
the
it.
only 4 born at the creche at the time. And with purpose, it seems.
Your knowledge about our history, I believe, supersedes or completely eclipses mine.
Yes. Well, for, youth Yankee culture and stuff, because you didn't really get much of that. Not your fault.
So someone from our people's past. Is it our past or is it somebody else's?
I don't think my self knew that just yet. He had theories, but yeah, I don't think he was fully sure yet. But a lot of them pointed back to the more important woman of our history, perhaps.
Our namesake?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Yeah, that's kind of what the feelings I had as well, mostly because whoever they were trying to recreate in us, essentially, they were trying to take the best qualities of them. Whoever it was seemed perfect in every way. But I guess the 4 of us are perfect in 4 ways instead.
Perfect's a strong word, but
You're pretty dang smart. I don't think I've seen anyone smarter than you.
Yeah. But why would Vlakith go with any of this?
I don't know.
I mean, either we're a threat to her in some way, in which case, no offense, she had ample opportunity to kill you. Same with me.
Well, she did try. That's why I don't think she was initially.
She hasn't tried with me yet, and I was a child in a village.
I don't think she knew initially. And then by the time she found out, you were already kicked out, and I was in her care. Foster already left. and I barely escaped. So maybe a negotiation of some kind happened afterwards.
Huh.
That's my guess, at least. Anyway, just wanted to let you know.
How did he find out about Gith in the first place?
My statue?
No, I mean Mirtiswa.
I
That is
have no idea. Maybe he... I don't know.
slightly meta question here, and just to prevent myself from asking a meta question.
Sure.
How well known is Tiamat's pact with the Gith?
I think for the Gith, it is very well known. I think for Valen, it might be a little less. I think for this, you can roll me a history check just because he does read quite a bit. So, like, even though in your culture you might not have been privy to this, it might have been something that Valen in his free time kind of figured out.
All right, now just break the cycle. Let's go.
Yeah,
Break
please.
the
We need
cycle.
someone to roll the double digits. It's like a 3, 4, and a 5 right now. I think it's not good.
It's a history check, right?
History, indeed.
There you go.
Yeah!
There we go.
Yay! Good job.
Oh my goodness! Absolutely, you absolutely know about the pact.
So my current running theory is that our host is, if not the soul seeker, stealer, consumer, parasitical dragon, or it's very closely associated with it. If that's the case, it is likely malevolent and likely tied to Tiamat, who may have been privy to those things and is perhaps, this is all conjecture from here, why would she want to destabilize the queen other than maybe break the pact with the dragons?
That's one hell of a roundabout way of doing it, I guess.
Not necessarily. It's not something you can do by force, right?
Huh. But I have so many questions about our host. I just don't know where to start.
I have some ideas. I'm probably going to bore you to death with this talk with the wizard, but I had some ideas about retaining memories.
Okay, I'm just here to make sure you're not here alone.
Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. In my version, I created some incredible spell that required all of the schools of magic, which is impressive given my hatred for conjuration, but it seemed like I was too late even with that, and that a good deal of people died, but I was still somehow alive. So I'm not sure what happened there.
Are you gonna try and do it?
I don't think so. It didn't work, right?
It did. It was just
Too late.
Yeah.
Okay. So hold on.
It was too late, and it was terrifying because if you know certain people had that kind of spell, very terrible things could happen. So it was like the posture check. Yes, thank you. I can't do it for Dubs because he's unconscious, but everyone else watch posture. Thank you, Mike Sucks. But yeah, it was a combination of it wasn't fast enough to save those who he cared about, and also for Dubs, he's out. There's no way to save him. That, and also the idea that if this was in the wrong hands, like someone could, like there were so many possibilities that of manipulation with the soul that it was almost like you could nearly reach kind of like a lichdom of phylactery kind of repurposing of souls with just one with that spell. So it was like it could be an endless battery for many different things, which is fucking terrifying. But it could also be a way to like save, prevent, or kind of shield off souls from others as well. Like the capabilities of it were nearly endless. But that's part of the reason why it took a lot of time and effort that went into it. And then once it was ready, fear, pretty much.
Well, so I guess it did work, but I kind of created Pandora's box instead of opening it. Pandora does not exist in this area, so I'm just gonna say Tasha's box.
Tasha's box, yes. Everyone knows Tasha's box. You see Kevin just kind of like, yes. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna sit here. Don't worry about it.
Got a lot of work to do.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, with all that, his head rattling around now, would approach his wizard buddy.
His wizard buddy. All right, I will actually come back to this as well, just
Sounds
because Kevin did talk your whole ear off. But I can have the rest of the team kind of reunite, which would be with including Hasina, essentially. So Quatrona, Hasina, Nirja, Irene, and Ryland. You
Everybody
five are
but
kind
Valen.
of everybody but Valen. You guys are reconvening towards the center-ish.
Everybody dance now.
Frandy robe. Is that a blanket or is it a robe? I don't remember.
It's a
It
blanket.
isn't actually. Okay.
It's a probe.
That blanket
Randy robe.
was. He was so happy to say it. Yep, there it is.
It's a
Yay!
blankie.
It is a blankie. Correct. Confirmed blankie. Oh my goodness. Thank you
Worn
for the
as a robe.
demonstration. Worn as a robe. Correct. Flandobe robe. Branky. Yes, Branky is the best one I think. Oh my god.
It's the
but yes.
blankie.
Yeah, this team you guys get to meet in the middle. As Brinky displays come to a close.
All right. I guess Irene's gonna be the first to speak up and just be like, "How did it go?"
Dubs out.
Wait, is her mom going in a different direction?
Yeah, her mom didn't follow her.
Is everything
So,
okay?
I think, well, I certainly survived something. I'm not sure what I learned. I do feel a little bit stronger in certain areas, but I didn't learn as much as I possibly should have. I let some paranoia get in the way, and I also my mom wants to know why I'm like this, and she, passes her hand in front of her face, and you can see, like, Nirja, just transparency.
Irene's just gonna look at her and be like, "Did you tell her?"
Of course not.
Ryland's like, yeah. He's like, did you not tell her?
Of course I didn't. Like I don't even know what this is. I'm not even sure what this is.
Why you ain't tell her you did? Irene did not say that.
Okay. But Nirja is looking at Ryland like, "Are you? What happened to you?"
Well, that's not important. Why didn't you tell your mom?
No. What's happening?
Actually,
You're
no,
not-
on Nirja.
Hmm?
We were starting with you, and then we'll go to Flandy. Right.
We finished with
I'm
me,
fine.
and now we're going to Ryland.
I'll let him speak for himself. She's gonna like kind of lean in and kind of check on Quadrano, even though his pilot is in hibernation mode.
He's like depowered, exactly.
Powered, yeah, powered
That
down.
was perfect. Yeah. Quadrano is I think at the moment, I think you would also just be able to tell from like demeanor alone that he certainly walked out with a positive. He isn't like happy about it by any means, but I would say he probably looks pensive, but like armed with a little more knowledge.
Mm. Good.
All right. Well, while she's checking out Coach Rondo, Rylan's just gonna be like, "You should really tell your mother." But
Not when we don't know enough about what this is. And you seem different.
I mean, she might be able to help.
I'm sure
Ryland?
Mom will be great. You know, she'll take it well when she finds out you have 13 demons in your head twerking, and being fended off by an elf, and that you don't remember half of your life.
Yeah, Irene, can we not?
That was
say
not
all
a
these
character.
things? All right, cool. All right. I wasn't like I was like I don't know what's happening. So Nirja is just gonna say, Ryland, why are you different? Please listen to what I'm saying. Why are you different? What happened to you?
I can't do the same route, but I want to not tell you just because you didn't tell your mother. But
okay, so I'm guessing you didn't
can't.
do well.
Well, I was trying to say. I'm trying to think of the words. I don't have my connection that I normally do, and it's not like the magic's being shut off here. It's more than that.
All of us that came out of that room were stripped of something. Well, most of us. Maybe all of us. What happened with Lahiri?
Rylan told you that he thinks she passed earlier.
Okay, yeah, that's great. Thanks. I forgot because I am wow. So it's like, yeah, that what I had said earlier, that sticks. All of us came out of there. It seems like Lahiri was the only one to gain. Which tracks.
Well, the only one of those that we care to know about, I guess. I don't really look at anyone else. Phelan kind of stormed off quicker than I was hoping, and he's like looking around for Phelan.
Irene's gonna do the same, and mostly she's looking for signs of like battle or like tension, like somebody getting ready to start a fight. She's like, "There's a fight starting. He's probably there." So
I'm just yeah.
She's looking for all the initiative rolls that are happening and popping up.
Right. I'm looking at our avatar list, and there seem to be swords next to Valen's face. I'm not sure why.
Detect initiative.
They're like, why am I getting XP for talking to Ryland? I don't understand.
Yo, no, stop wasting these rolls, man.
Oh my god. Yeah, that was a really good roll. What the hell? Anyway, why is the turn tracker up, Nanners? Look out. Either of you can make a perception check. And the only reason I'm making you do it is because I don't think Valen ever actually pointed out where the wizard was that he wanted to talk to, and he just walked off. So I will need perception checks from both of you. To try
I imagine Ryland kept an eye on him as long as he could. I imagine that obviously isn't far enough to reach all the way down here, but yeah.
Yeah.
I think Ryland would know the general direction. He's just like, where the fuck did this?
Yeah, exactly. It's just like, I saw you for a bit, and then Irene, you do manage to spot your friend. He is on a sort of a lower platform, but you do catch both he and Kemen down along in that direction. Unfortunately, Ryland, you lost him in the crowd at some point.
He would not take the low ground. He's got to be up on one of these platforms somewhere.
I think Irene's just gonna kind of like bring her hand in front of his helmet and then be. Well, not his helmet. He's not wearing it.
Yeah.
I'm so used to it by now. Just like wait in front of him and then point in this direction.
How mad does he look?
How mad does he look?
Oh, mad? I think at this point he's probably ending the conversation with Kemen, so the two of them probably look more like concerned / confused before they head to the wizard.
Well, he doesn't look like he wants to fight anyone, so that's good.
Normally I joke and say give it time, but I really hope we don't have to. I really wish he took those damn spores.
You know he was never going to do that, right?
One can hope.
Okay. She's just so let's see. We've talked about his bad times. Nurja is keeping secrets, and Dubs is in hibernation.
Secrets are bad.
Hibernation. I'll
Secrets are
fill in
just-
for Cadrono in this sense, which, by the way, I feel like this is the earliest he's ever passed out, and that's why, like, when he was like, I think I just looked at him. If he's sleeping, I sleep too. That's all he did. He was literally just looking at him and fell asleep.
Nubs used the sleep powder.
Like his Bluetooth had like a light that like rubbed a little bit, because then he would really
Nubs is
lose
here.
I love Cat.
I was going to say Nubs used sleep powder, so that way he has a better sleep platform, but he's not there.
He's not there anymore. That's why it's so funny, because he woke up, he left, and he was like, "Oh, okay, bye." Just went back to sleep. So yeah, in this case, I'll fill in for Cadrono since he's passed out. But Cadrono would explain to the team that he seemed to have gotten the information that while most promised seemed to kind of be reborn in some way and kind of having their souls merge together, that doesn't seem to be the case with Cadrono. And instead, it's more like the lives are kind of combining with his current one. And it seems as though he is, in that sense, immortal. Like his physical body won't perish unless he is attacked or something like that. And because of that, and that knowledge possibly getting out in the future or whatever version he was seeing of himself, that the assassins and such never stop. So he is just consistently wary and looked exhausted, but also armed with that knowledge. But in leaving that vision, he seemed to kind of prove that it was accurate, at least, because he left with the ability to kind of tap into other lives if he perhaps fails something initially. So he is a little confused about everything, but seems to be confirming it as he's explaining it.
Rylan's going to be like...
Oh.
Rylan's going to be like, you should definitely talk to your mother about that. Although I have a feeling she already knows.
Rylan, but we don't know what exactly is happening to me.
That's why you talk to people, so you can figure things out.
Cadrono, not you. Cadrono.
Yeah, he was saying that to Cadrono.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was saying it to me. I'm sorry.
He was telling Cadrono that he should definitely talk to his mother, but then he said, I have a feeling she probably already knows.
Irene's going to be like, hey, Cadrono, I don't think you have to answer this here, but if you're a nexus of all of these souls and the assassins are after you, what happens if they succeed?
What's the same soul, isn't it? Isn't that...
No, it's a combination of things, I guess. They said that maybe it could essentially be a font of never-ending souls for someone, or I could be. But I don't know what they do with it. And I think that version of me was doing everything he could to not be caught. And maybe not because he didn't want to, as sad as that might sound, but more that he had to make sure people didn't get their hands on it.
Well, if I learned anything from Valen, souls are very powerful. In a lot of ways. Especially with the not-so-good people.
Yeah.
Valen! We haven't had to do that in a while.
That's true. That is very true. Oh my god. That was amazing. But yeah, if you guys want to mosey off somewhere or stay here and continue chatting, I will actually let you guys like put a little bit of a pin in it. Unless there's something you want to say as I watch Flandy inhale. You're good.
I was just repositioning.
Okay,
Rylan
okay,
would just kind of like not armchair quarterback. That's the wrong word. He's gonna. Wow, Flatty has a decreased charisma score right now.
We probably should give Valen a little more space and time. Just keep an eye on him from a distance.
Yeah, it's a wingman, right? Let's get a wingman from a distance.
How the fuck did you get
I don't know.
quarterback from wing? Yeah, all right,
Listen,
let's go.
Listen,
No,
get
we're
out of
good.
here.
We're good.
He's taking the shotgun. You know what I mean? He's off the line of scrimmage. He's still looking. He's got the ball.
Oh no! Maya, what were you perhaps going to say before the nonsense that came out of Flandy's face happened?
Oh, she was just explaining that as much as I want to get into what just happened here, he needs to know too. But right now, I don't think he's in the mood, and we don't need him any more testy than he has been. So we can just stay within eye shot of him and make our rounds. Are there still people of interest that we haven't interacted with?
I think.
Oh,
with you saying that he's gonna, I think we need to talk to him more than ever. Especially if Controto is saying there's some truth to his vision. There's probably truth to all of ours. In some way, shape, form, or fashion. And it might be even more worthwhile to continue this despite the unpleasantries.
Like the implications that might hold, but alright. But the thing is, we're still pretty limited on how much we can say here, and I'm pretty sure he's not going to want us to literally mention everything.
Well, I think our lovely host already knows everything. He seems to be capable of watching a lot of things. I was gonna look for him.
It's not hard to find. He's still like 15 feet tall, or almost 20 feet tall or so, walking around. So you see him on the walkway. Actually, in your glance, go ahead.
I was gonna say, are there any crystals nearby? And does he see his bitch ass face in him?
Oh. Ryland is looking for the nearest crystal. There isn't one very close to you at the moment. They're pretty big, but from the distance you don't see any instance of him or reflection of him.
Ryland's gonna...
Are there any eyelashes in the crystal?
There are no lashes in the crystals.
Do we hear a maybe it's Maybelline somewhere?
You know, you think you do, and then you realize it's just Irene humming to herself.
It's just a bardic troupe that follows him around, and maybe he's bored with it.
Maybe it's Maybelline. But also in Ryland's initial recognizing of Mirtiswa, you would notice that he seems to be walking directly towards the kings at the moment.
Oh no! Yeah, we need to intercept that.
Can we?
Kings.
Hello. Okay.
While he's doing it, Irene's just straight up heading towards the kings. She needs to be there to see what's about to go down. And
sure, yeah, okay. So you're walking off, and fucking Ryland is going, "Kings." In the meantime,
are you in this?
You initially don't get a response, and the only thing you feel in return is just intense emotion, which at first it almost feels a kind of warning, like an off-putting, like back up kind of body language through this spore network, but afterwards it's almost like you've passed the door check kind of situation, and instead it kind of warms to you a little bit, and you recognize that you are in direct connection with Jabali, whose eyes kind of turn from her spot to look at you for a moment before looking back towards Mirtiswa as he approaches.
Oh, well, if she noticed him walking towards them, then I feel like he wouldn't have been as alarmed. Mr. Bally, Mirtiswa is approaching, and I think he can... Well, he could probably hear this. I don't know if he can hear this or not, but he definitely heard all the stuff that went on in the thing. Good luck. Do you want us to be in earshot?
There's almost hesitation through the connection before eventually you get sort of a negative response. And
yeah.
You may do what you want to do. They are fine.
Okay.
Pretty sure
well,
Irene already walked off, right?
yeah,
Like Irene, you're gone.
that's why I was like,
Yeah.
oh,
Sure.
Um,
Okay.
You have to
Okay.
jog or something to catch up to her, I imagine, or just power walk or something.
Yeah.
I think Ryland was gonna let you go. I think Ryland's gonna armchair quarterback Valen. That's we're sticking with that.
Hate it.
Wingman.
Hate
That's it.
Wingman. Oh my lord. All right. So Irene, you're chasing, not chasing, but well, chasing. You're kind of heading afterwards, not like running, but you're on your way. Ryland, you're just kind of watching helplessly while like, come on. And Nirja, is there anything you would like to do?
I
Or
don't
how
know
around.
how to. Okay. She's actually going to So let me just see if I understand this right. So Irene is running or fast walking at the Kings. Ryland
Normal
is doing.
walking.
Mhm.
She's not
She's normal
trying to-
walking. Ryland is doing this, and okay. So she's going to she's actually going to follow Irene, from somewhat of a distance and try and see if she can try to check if she can hear any conversation from the distance to see how she could potentially help or swoop in, take anybody out of
All right,
the
sounds
conversation,
good.
etc.
Oh my god, I just love that, like, as you were saying it, you stalled on the H, so it just sounded like you hissed for a second. It's like, she's gonna... that's what I was laughing at.
Yep.
Like, she's just
Like
gonna
when I
hiss
go outside in the sun.
from a distance. But yes, you and the two ladies are on their way over. And I'll actually pick up with Valen and the wizard in the meantime, and then we'll kind of rotate through. I am going to have a very quick break just for me though, because I drank way too much water already.
Yay!
And I gotta go pee, so I'll be right back. And I'm not gonna put us on intermission because it's just me.
What?
But
Yeah.
Those are the-
Hydrate, everybody!
no, because it feels too early. I think it's too early for an intermission, so I'm gonna wait a little bit. But I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back.
Too much
I'll be back.
water.
Everybody else, hydrate. This is your public service announcement to hydrate. Drink that water. Get
No,
those
I'm a rebel.
electrolytes.
I'm gonna
Nah,
get a
drink that
food.
liquor.
No. Oh, and Maya
Yeah.
disappeared for me. Maya just.
My.
Oh, I can
Cheerio.
hear Maya. I can hear Maya.
She's-
Yeah.
Everything's fine.
Oh my god. Well, I lost
need for
people
alarm.
like twice tonight. So I'm like, what am I doing to just lose people? And then the whole thing with Nirja's mom. I'm just gonna go and melt somewhere. Excuse me.
No.
Okay.
I felt so sad. It
Come on.
hurt. The trauma's real, guys.
I mean, that's what Foozca is.
Welcome
Well,
to the club. Club
to be
drama.
fair, Nanners, didn't you like drop a whole bunch of innocent people from the sky the other day?
I mean, statistically, they weren't all innocent, but yeah, I did.
On
Statistically.
I'm sorry, did you say not or we are?
I said statistically, they weren't all innocent.
Weren't. Okay, yeah, because when you're in Waterdeep, nobody is
Oh,
innocent,
man.
I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there's criminals, there's murderers, and thieves and stuff who probably got pulled up and dropped down to their deaths.
Is that what
Yeah.
would Roland agree with that?
It's
Probably.
statistically true. It's just not a high statistic, but it's non-zero.
Statistically true. Oh Lord.
Depends on what you define by,
What
innocent.
is this nonsense?
Yeah. You should put us on break. This is break energy.
This is super break energy. You guys got to basically see a break live. I honestly figured they talk about something else, not that. But welcome, I'm back. Okay.
Hi.
I'm going to pick up with Valen as he is approaching the wizard who supplied him his staff a long time ago.
Indeed. Yeah, he would just open. Greetings again. You probably don't remember, but I'm Valen. We spoke before in the astral during an assembly. Not
Ah, yes, the market.
yes,
You arrived on a giant spectral bug.
indeed.
How have you been?
Name was Dave.
could have been bad. Could be better, but I'm not here to lay my troubles upon you. I Well, quite frankly, if you have the time, wanted to pick your brain about a couple of things.
I have nothing happening at the moment. And he kind of like moves over on the couch for you to sit beside him. He's not quite this big on the map, but I made him bigger so you could see him. But he scooches over.
Okay. He'll kind of awkwardly look around and sit, I guess.
Just being as awkward as possible.
We will have naturally not great charisma. Well, I mean, I guess first and foremost, what brings you here? Does he have an aura? I'm sorry, I forgot to ask that.
Oh, yes. He does indeed have an aura. This one seems to be red.
Okay, so he's just that's good. All right. But yeah, I'll ask him what brings him here.
Same reason you found me in the markets, just business opportunities, opportunities to grow, for the most part.
Fair enough. Do you prefer the item business, or do you dabble in scrolls as well?
Oh, absolutely both.
Our host, having a hard time reading him.
I think he does that on purpose, yes.
I don't know, I just get the overwhelming where's the shoe going to drop feeling.
I don't think that's unwarranted by any means. But from what I can tell, it seems as though he's the kind that if he intended to drop his boot on you, you might already know.
Fair enough. If I find myself in need of magical knowledge, or knowledge on the arts at least, could you recommend a place that I could go to?
I suppose it depends on what kind of magical arts or knowledge you might be looking for.
Hold on, I got a list.
Phelan is ready. Let me talk to you about some shit.
Pulls out a scroll.
Yeah, for real.
Specifically, things regarding souls.
Interesting. Normally I don't ask this, especially in my field, but can I ask why? You don't strike me as the lich in progress type.
No.
You sure?
I have the astral for that, man. Why would I even bother with lichdom? I can just hang out there. Just, be all groovy. Time to
I'm just trying to imagine Valen being like, it could be groovy. It's like hard. But go ahead, sorry.
We're back in the character. Our foes seem to have power over them, so naturally I find myself in the market for magic that will deny them those talents.
Interesting. There are a few that I can recall that dabble in soul magic of some kind. I can absolutely say that two of them would have no interest in speaking with you. Nothing against you, of course. They very much keep to themselves, and I will honor that in this case. There is a woman, though, who might be willing to share, so long as you are willing to share as well.
That's fair.
All right, well.
I've collaborated in the past.
Where do you reside exactly? I've seen you in the astral, and I've now seen you here, neither of which are living arrangements.
Currently, Kamathe Kumene.
It's quite a ways away. She mostly keeps to herself. Pocket dimension she made for her own desires. But she might actually have a node not too far from the main city. But that would mean you'd likely have to venture out into the desert. I don't know if you've heard of her before, but her name is Eve Collis.
Eve Collis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It's spelling game time, boys. Everyone tries to spell this name first. We'll see who gets it right.
Say that one more time.
Eve Collis. Eve Collis. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Eve Collis. God damn it, Maya. You and your no cameras. All right, are those the rest of the votes? Yeah, the scene ender's typing. I feel like I'm gonna get another nonsense. God damn it! Close. There's no apostrophe for Vogley, but that is how it is spelled. Eve Collis.
Oh, alrighty.
And with the name, Valen, you can go ahead and give me a history check. This DC is going to be relatively high, but there is a chance that he may have stumbled across that name at some point.
Let's go, Nitters. You got this. Go,
I rolled
Nitters.
twice.
No
Well, on the road.
Emmys. No
Come
Emmys.
Those are
on.
coming off from us.
Yeah.
Okay, single digit.
Oh,
No.
Okay. Unfortunately, not high enough. But yeah, it's. I would think that.
Hold on, I got a kit enabled.
I was gonna say, will a
You
D4
do
do
have a
it?
D4. You do have a
Dude,
D4.
those are
Go
one
ahead.
day.
Go,
Yes,
Nitters.
called it.
Yeah, it's a
There it
one.
is.
Woo.
Was it a
19?
19?
Did
It's
it.
definitely 19.
The DC in my head was 20.
Oh no.
All you have to do is roll a 2 or higher. God dang it.
You know what? I'm rolling my D4. Fuck it.
I mean, sure. You do whatever you like.
Thank you,
And
kid.
then as you just got another one from Kit. Wait, I thought there's no such thing as apostrophes in fantasy. There's apostrophes all over the place. We put them in places they don't belong.
Yay,
Okay, so with the history check, you have certainly heard of the name before. She was known to kind of create a lot of spells, but they were so sort of like niche and specific that it didn't really spread for others to kind of use and whatever. And she also wasn't keen on sharing her secrets all that much, especially kind of coming to the knowledge that people will very easily take what you have and use it for whatever they would like. And whether that was a matter of conscience on her side and her not wanting people to use her big gifts for the wrong reasons, or perhaps ego and not wanting to have her spells used without the correct, recognition coming back to her, she kind of closed off her walls because of that. And from what you heard and read, she also made sure that she was relatively hard to find. If you knew of her and knew how to contact her, easy enough. But for the most part, unless you're kind of within, it sounds ridiculous to say, but like wizard circles of that like sort of social group, you would never really come across her. But she's known to also kind of travel quite easily. So the fact that she might have a tower near many major cities doesn't sound that outrageous.
That would be an outstanding contact, actually.
Just
What would I?
well, me, nothing. But we'll just tell her that I sent you, of course, because if you do that, then she won't. If you don't do that, excuse me, she won't let you in. And secondly, just make sure you have something to offer her. She is a lover of magic of all kinds. Perhaps a magic item you have no use for, but nothing like a common sending stone. But make sure you have something, even if she can't use it, she'll certainly find a use for it in some way.
Thank you. What is his name again? I can't remember.
I don't think you got his real name when you were on the astral plane, if I remember correctly.
Then we'll
It's
leave it at that.
pre-recording.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't think we've been officially introduced.
No, actually, I don't believe we have. And you see him kind of like snap and turn to face you a little bit more on the couch and extend his hand. Say Leffel.
Cephalopod, is that what I heard?
Cephalopod. Yes.
Say Leffel.
Say Leffel.
Thank you for having such a good sense of humor about this.
Oh my god. Okay. And like as he's kind of shaking your hand and such, like his hair is very short and he does have what seems to be a kind of stereotypical wizard's hat on. The combination of all those kind of obscure some of his facial features, but as he's kind of turning to square with you, you're recognizing some elven features in him. Likely not full-blooded, but certainly half elven at the very least. There's so much nonsense in this. I say less, yo, get out. Oh, jeez. All right. Cell shading.
No.
Getting roasted on these names tonight. That's how you spell it.
God damn it. Okay.
But that is the name.
Who's
that
always gets us with those letters? Get out of here.
I can't say anything.
Celestia was amazing.
Say less was so good. I actually missed it because I thought he was just talking with the like, thank you, Buckley, I got you, and I was like, oh, he's just it's say. God dang it. Yes, that's the correct way to spell say level. But yeah, he kind of shakes your hand firmly before looking up at Kemen for a second and then back at you. Contact him? I don't remember seeing him before.
Brother, recently reunited. Kevin.
Oh. And you see Kemen kind of nodding his head. It's a pleasure. You see say level. Mm-hmm.
We're probably boring him to death.
I don't think he... Right. Doesn't seem your kind in that sense.
We have different talents, for sure.
Don't we all?
I was pinging around an idea in my head. Just wanted to spitball it.
Mm-hmm.
So we have ways of binding magic to stones. Magic mouth, stuff like that, sitting.
Correct.
If you had a more sophisticated stone, say a gem, and maybe you altered the modify memory spell, would it be possible to store memories in a similar fashion? Tough to say, I know. We're completely spitballing here, but
No. It's one of the wares I sell. Are you interested in some?
you have. Oh, you just saved me weeks worth of work. Yes, absolutely. What does
They are
that
a bit
entail?
pricey, but it would take. The price depends on how much information you are intending to store. The cheapest
of
that
it.
I have are that of, I believe, a minute of memory, some of which are 10 minutes of memory, some of which are up to a year worth of memory can be stored. However, the year's worth of memory is quite expensive, so it does depend on how much you are looking for.
As far as Valen understands, when the Soul Stealer Dragon comes and does its thing, it wipes you clean, right?
As far as you understand, yes.
Like, you know language and some basics, but other than that, you're toast. So,
If the dragon kills you, or if it like what interacts with you, kind of thing. Like what?
yeah, if
sorry,
it
let me just
interacts,
make sure I know what the question.
so like if there's
If
an
it
attack,
interacts
right?
with you, right? Mm-hmm.
Kills a couple people, the survivors are still left, but they're still kind of mind blanked, right?
Right. They're mind blinked on the event that happened. It's not necessarily like it's taking from any other memories that have to do with anything else other than it at the moment.
Okay.
And those who died, whoever remembered them, regardless of whether they were in the fight or whatever, that memory is wiped.
Okay.
Which also was for more information too. From what Nurja has been speaking with Kelren, it also means that if a civilization is wiped out, there's a possibility that that is never remembered either. So it extends to whatever destructive force this dragon uses.
Okay. So, how much do the year ones go for?
Quite a bit. I believe 100 platinum per.
1,000 gold otherwise. Okay, I think that's reasonable. Courier system, I assume?
I dropped a 0 on that, and I apologize. As I was saying it, I was like, no, that seems wrong. Let me double check his thing. I'm quite sure it's 1,000 platinum.
Oh!
Because you said 1,000 gold, and I was like, that seems wrong. Now I'm going to double check. I apologize. Hold on, let me confirm.
Wow.
Correct, 1,000 platinum for that one. Okay, because it's a
1,000
step
platinum for that.
1,000 platinum.
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So that's 10,000.
100 million platinum.
100 million platinum.
All right. How about? And the 6 months would be half of that, I assume. Okay. All right. Good to know. And would only the person who had the memories be able to view that?
That is entirely dependent on whoever is storing the memories. You actually get the option to choose.
So it's a year total of memories?
Correct.
So we can all
A year in the span of how long the memory's time took. For example, if you wanted to remember your niece's first birthday, and for that event it was 6 hours of your real time, it would be 6 hours out of that allotted time.
Oh, I see. Okay. That makes more sense. All right.
Can you mix and match memories?
I think that's what he was saying. It's like how you store it, right?
Well, no,
Sort-
like from other people too. Like
Can you
throw
like
some Valen
layer
in there,
memories?
throw some
So, like,
Ryland in there. Throw some.
Yeah, I think that's what. If I'm not understanding that correctly, that multiple people could store memories in it, right? It's just
Correct.
it's not tied to the person. It's tied to. It's like a tape, pretty much. Okay, got it. All right.
Please record your message after the tone.
Yeah. Ryland, why
You have
did
89
you put
minutes
the memory
remaining.
of you picking berries? Wasting our space.
Given
But I
that
like
you
them.
have that, I have my other question. This is a little more specific. So you know how with Speak with Dead, the body remembers and can answer certain things, regardless of the mind or the spirit or the soul being present.
Right.
Somebody who has had their memories wiped, could you still pull it from the body?
The body wouldn't know just as much as the brain doesn't know. Unfortunately.
Yo, you trying to kill me, fam?
What? Who's trying to kill who?
What?
What?
Because the memory thing that I read, that it was a joke.
No, this was
No, if anything, it'd be Nirja.
Yeah.
Nirja would be like,
No, I was joking. I didn't-
Yeah.
I'm genuinely surprised your statue didn't bitch you out and be like, yo, look at all these memories you took away. Here's them back, bitch.
Like I said, it depends on what events you see. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
No, thank you. You saved me a tremendous amount of time. I get to cross 2 things off my list. Much appreciated.
Through the courier system, I can send something to your address, and once you write back to me, then I can send you whatever you need.
That'd be perfect. Thank you.
Great.
And maybe one last inquiry.
By all means.
What are your feelings on the needs of the many outweighing the needs of the few?
I might be the worst person to ask for that.
Oh.
Nothing else matters to me than what is important to my, I suppose, close vicinity. If you're in my circle, then you deserve my protection. And if you don't, then sometimes the world sucks. Sorry.
Hardcore.
I have a similar outlook, actually.
I know it's often frowned upon, but listen, when it comes down to it, I think most people would agree. They'd rather save their mother or something than the whole village. If they had the choice, if it came down to it. I just don't feel like pretending that's not how I think.
I appreciate your candor. And your time. Thank you for sitting down with me. Is there anything I could provide for you, or I don't know, if you feel like you need a consult in something, don't hesitate.
Appreciate it. How's the staff been treating you?
Very good. Getting a slight modification done to it due to the resilience of my enemies, but overall has saved myself and my friends quite a bit.
Good. Both on the saving your friends and the modification. Both good.
Always improving.
That's why we're wizards, isn't it?
Indeed.
Everyone else has to stick with what they get. We get to change that.
And reality, should we do it correctly? I guess, or incorrectly, right? It doesn't particularly matter.
Whichever we decide.
Thanks again.
You're welcome.
And he'll get up, and not that he's supposed to do this immediately, but he's looking for Tiefling Boy.
Oh, Bakaris!
Yep.
That's a grown-ass politician man. Tiefling boy. I'm like, who? Okay, got it. My brain caught up.
Yeah,
all right. So you're looking for him. I'm going to swap over now to Irene, who is heading towards the Kings because Mirchaswa is heading towards the Kings. And I will say, obviously, Nirja is close-ish behind. And Ryland, they're not wildly far from you, so you can still kind of like see what's going on. Not that you have to participate. I'm just letting you know Ryland can, at the very least, get the body language of what's happening.
I feel like, yeah, he would definitely be divided, but I think if he was divided, it'd be like 2/3 Valen, 1/3 the rest of the crew.
Okay, gotcha. Got you. So you see the conversation also happening with Valen. So yeah, you're on like sentry mode, just paying attention to both ends, no problem.
And then I'd imagine he would have, if Cadrona didn't run off, he would have been like, "Hey, you want to hang out so we don't battle buddy team thing?"
Yes, absolutely. No, he would hang out. Hasina would also backtrack to the rest of the tribesmen, but she would let you know. Obviously, she wouldn't just fuck off, so she would just tell you to go hang out with the others. Yeah,
we'll talk more later. I need to know. Are you in the Sport Network? Bye.
You talked to her before. Anyway, she heads off. You and Kodrono are getting close-ish to the dance floor, but not quite there yet. And Irene, you are heading after Mirchaswa. In a regular walking pace, you recognize you would get there after him, which is totally fine if that's what you want to do. But if she wants to like pick up the pace and get there as he's arriving, you can do that as well.
If she picks up the pace, does it require a lot of power walking, or just like something she could still kind of play off a little bit?
This would come down to sort of a performance check, just to see how well you could pass off this like I'm running, or like I have to go real quickly. It could be passed off as you're just kind of picking up the pace a little bit, but if with a bad roll, it could be very noticeably like you're running.
Well, we'll see. Yeah, I'll go ahead and roll that. I mean, we'll see if her ankles hold up, because apparently she has none right now.
Yep. This is just how she's carrying herself, so it should be fine. Hey, all right, not bad at all. Yeah. But yeah, you're able to kind of pick up the pace and close the distance a little bit. But you do find yourself walking past, as you like to call it, the like magic eating hell beasts or whatever. They still seem to be kind of like along the walkway. They're not regarding you by any means, but you do recognize them as you're walking past and heading towards Mirchaswa, who's just kind of casually stepping along in their direction with no rush at all. But you can see the Kings have kind of settled in this corner with Jabali. And where they did have food initially, the plates and such seem to be gone, and they seem to be kind of not quite sequestered, but just kind of keeping to themselves. But they both recognize Mirchaswa coming and sort of stand from their otherwise lounged positions originally. But you kind of catch up. There's a moment where you could either address Miritiswa or keep going and meet with the kings, or not meet with the kings, but be at the kings first.
I guess if she's walking past Mirchiswa, she'll kind of look up at him because he's like 45 feet tall for some reason.
Yep.
I don't even know what that looks like. You're walking past somebody and then you're just like,
yeah, pretty much. If you were going to address him, yeah, it would be like neck breaking.
Yeah, that would be weird. Yeah,
you don't have to interact with him.
That's too fucking awkward. I think she would just like keep on ahead, and then when they finally get to the kings, she can look up from a normal,
right, a little bit regular. Yep.
Hi.
Nanners. The wink is what got me. All right, Nanners being a troll in Discord. As this is happening, Nirja, you do see Irene kind of pick up the pace and make it to the kings a little bit before. Are you gonna stay in like hover back mode, or are you gonna catch up, or what?
She is gonna hover back for now, and where I've actually been trying to find Nirja for a hot minute.
Oh, she's on the walkway. She's here, girl.
She's on the walkway. Ah, fuck! Oh, that's where she went.
Yeah, because you guys were just heading down here. So Irene made it down there, and Mirtiswa is still coming.
All right,
down.
fucked up. So, all right. So she's just passing hell beasts. Cool. All right. So she's just going to continue down the bridge, giving birth between her and Mirtiswa, and she's just going to kind of walk past the group and just appear to walk around and appear to just mingle with a couple of people. Other than the gnolls, does anyone stand out to her in particular?
In this space that you're walking, or elsewhere?
Yeah, so she's going to both like keep an eye on what Irene is doing, but also try to mingle with some people who look significant in the area in and around. Wow, I pinged very late. Not necessarily that looks like Lahiri, but
you do recognize Lahiri's over there. So
okay,
you're welcome to interact with her if you would like.
Okay. Yeah, she's just gonna go to her and begin to talk with her, as well as just keep an ear open towards whatever might happen over here.
Okay. As you kind of approach her, you see her look in your direction, and just, I don't think we've had that time to converse very much. Hello.
No. Hello. How did it go for you? Were you in Ego?
Yes, I was. It went well. And you?
I was in Refractions. I don't know if that will come up again. Probably not. Probably going to have individual stuff. But I really felt like he's playing with us, like, much more viscerally than appearances seem. But I didn't learn as much as I possibly could have.
Well, that's the name of the game. You're gonna have to sharpen up if you want to have to deal with this guy.
Yeah. Have any advice for the next one about trying to get information?
You have to... This is a giant cat and mouse game, essentially. Sometimes you have to pretend to be the mouse to get what you want. So play the game a little bit. You might be rewarded.
Yeah, that's definitely what I did not do. But thank you. At least for that.
That's how it goes sometimes. You're welcome. You see her kind of like glancing off and such, but thankfully with her interacting with you, it is easy enough to kind of pass off as mingling.
Okay. Can I see where she glanced off?
Oh, Sure. Give me a perception check at disadvantage.
Oh, for fuck's sake! All right, here.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody.
It's not wildly obvious. That's why I'm like,
Okay. All right. Do I have that? Yeah, I do. Okay. Perception. I'm so good at
There's
this.
also- yeah, you're at such a
I'm
disadvantage for so
amazing.
many reasons.
Oh, I'm sorry.
unfortunately.
Oh no.
Doesn't matter, you're good,
Do
you're
I
good.
bother? No, I don't bother.
No, you don't have to. You do not have to.
Yeah.
See, the reason you were at such a disadvantage is she's looking over your shoulder, so she's looking past you. So even to try and find her eye line, you have to turn around and look.
Okay.
And at that point, it was such a quick glance that I think Nirja kind of does for a second, but you're like, there's just so many people in that general direction. The other disadvantage I think Nirja would recognize is it's certainly something on the dance floor, but there's a ton of people on the dance floor, so it's like she's looking in that direction. That's all I got.
Okay.
But that's what you pick up from her just kind of looking off for a moment.
Okay. So she's just gonna have that conversation with her. If Lahiri wants to walk off, sure, fine. Nirja's gonna look around again at any other individuals that seem to just catch her eye, I guess, other than maybe some.
But she's not moving away, so unless Nirja wants to, you're welcome to do whatever you'd like.
No, she's just gonna continue to chat with Lahiri.
Okay.
Maybe about Bakaris and anything that she knows about him.
Okay. I will leave you with speaking with her. I'm going to pick up with Irene again. As you make it there, a good, 10 seconds before Mirtiswa would arrive at the Kings. But you can see that the Kings have stood up in expectation as you are on your way. But they kind of both smile and nod towards you.
She's going to return the smile and nod. But also, now that she's caught up in front, she's going to pretty much look back at the irate Swami and just see if he has like an entourage or people that are like following him, or how the crowd is responding to his presence.
Okay, for this, thankfully you don't really need a perception check. You have noticed that in some cases there seem to be people like kind of following, but at a healthy distance. There are very few who are kind of walking up and just talking to him, which is part of the reason the Ryland interaction was very amusing, because most people are either like patiently waiting or kind of like almost like a notice me senpai, like, I'm here, just make eye contact with me. Yes, I want to speak with you. But Ryland was just like, what's going on? Just like spoke at him. There almost seems like there's like a hovering sensation to that, where people are kind of waiting along the sides. And almost like with your interaction with Bakaris, you can see that as he is coming towards the Kings, some of the onlookers are watching almost as they're kind of waiting for their chance to either like get in on this conversation or perhaps speak with Mirtiswa itself, or himself. But currently there's a lot of eyes in this direction for sure.
Are any of these people that are eyeing him looking like they want to stab him in the throat?
Give me an insight check.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that right now, Foozca. I'm gonna hit the button, and then the inside number gonna show up, and you're gonna see. See, it's right there.
That was pretty good. It's not bad. Okay. We have terrible rolls. I get so excited when something's over at like a 10 or higher. We're winning, baby. In general, there's a ton of eyes in your direction. But much like one of your teammates a little bit earlier, there is a humanoid figure that does seem to be rather tall, not Mirtiswa tall, but probably like 6 foot something, covered in robes that are very beautiful and intricate as well. But they have a hood that's kind of over their face and over most of their body as well. But there seem to be kind of wings that are folded against the back of this person. But you can see that their eye line is following Mirtiswa's every move. And the way that they're kind of situated on their own and the body language as well, I think Irene would kind of pick up that, like, that doesn't seem like a person who's happy with Mirtiswa by any means. And that person also seems to be on their own.
Noting that.
I'm gonna log that away.
Good to, get a little head count of people that want to stab Mirtiswa in his eyelashes. So, she's like, she's gonna look that way, but like, not do anything. We're just I'm gonna talk to that one later.
Good.
But yeah, when it comes to the king, she's gonna be like, I apologize for us getting a bit sidetracked.
No, that's honestly the point. Mytho kind of addresses you first. We're trying our best to not be catching any attention. So, if you are doing so, that's fine. If you are not doing so, that is also fine. Mostly, we need to make sure that you're not quite glued to our hips. But you've been doing a great job.
I see. Does me being here pose an issue?
We'll see. And as he says that, you can see his head kind of tilting back as Mirtiswa comes closer. And as that conversation kind of ends, you see both of the kings kind of nod, sort of respectfully. Welcome, I suppose, to our tiny corner that we have been occupying. And Mirtiswa kind of smiles down at them and looks like he was about to extend a hand, but then recognizes Irene is there as well. Welcome. I trust you've been having a good time, and I trust you felt the need to be here as well. As he looks down at Irene.
Man, I wasn't ready for that particular statement. I need to hold on a second. I need to. Hey, do you want to see what Valen's up to right now?
Do you want me to cut away?
Yeah,
I can if you want. Okay.
I was totally unprepared for that.
Who's the lady in purple?
Irene had to just, my head to just figure out who she was. God damn, that was amazing. Okay, I'm going to pop over to the boys, literally all the boys, now that I think about it. And then we'll have our break right after this. So we'll go over to Valen, Kemen, Kodrono, and Ryland. For Valen, in trying to keep an eye out for Bakaris, you would know that he tends to kind of be on the dance floor. So you go ahead and give me a perception check to see if you can find him. Oh, your new perception check, buddy. Oh boy.
Yay!
No, it wasn't 10.
Yay!
There's a lot of movement on the floor right now. It's a little, you can't quite recognize or catch him right now. But I think in both you and Kemen kind of keeping an eye out for him, you go on the higher planes because you can't tell from this particular spot. In which case, I would say that Ryland, you very much see Valen a little bit ahead of the dance floor here, along with Kemen, and they seem to be looking over everybody. But you guys are all there at the moment.
Are we in earshot? Like, did we catch him?
You can from this distance. You absolutely can. Like, kind of catch up with him or raise your voice a little bit to catch him.
Like, rather just kind of like appear behind him.
Jesus.
How you feeling, buddy?
Not better, if I'm going to be honest. But
Do you need a hug?
sadly, I don't think that'll fix it. I have things in
I need
motion.
a hug.
Bill just stops. That's the first time. Okay. He'll just try to give him a spindly hug.
There's an even more spindly hug that goes over the both of you as Kemen attempts to hug.
It's going to be very weird because I can't say
Trying
this
to get
into
in
your
here.
ear because my head is in your ribs. So he'd be like, are you all right?
You don't feel it? Or not feel it?
Let me turn my feelings on. Hold on.
What?
No, I don't. What happened?
I imagine the same thing that happened to you.
You lost your filter? You don't seem rude.
I lost my filter of purity.
Oh,
Oh no.
the satyr caught up to you?
Oh no!
I thought I told you to stay away.
Right, let's just gonna. No, he didn't say that, but he's gonna say, it's like I can't feel there at all.
My leaky.
Yeah.
You didn't do anything to ruin your relationship, right?
I don't think so. Did I forget? Did I fail?
I'm sorry. That was not what I all right.
Valen, give me an Arcana. Yeah, it's Arcana. Maybe with Arcana. Okay, good job. Okay. In knowing Ryland, of course, and the oath that he took as the Oath of the Ancients Paladin, you do remember one of the tenets being to sort of be the light as well. Not only, in terms of fighting for wrongs, to correct wrongs, but also sort of being that jubilance in the room, trying to make sure people stay positive and such. And he has always been that kind of light. But you can feel as though the lack of whatever was taken away from him is preventing him from being the light in the room. And it's recognizable even in the way he approached you. But it's almost like he was forced to break his tenets magically.
This coming here was a mistake. Did you get anything good out of it?
I think the scientific side of Aelin would say yes. There's a Nikita in my background. Excuse me.
See her.
Hello, baby girl. What are you doing? Are you looking for SNACKSs? I ain't got none of those. Hi.
Oh my god.
What was this?
You were spelling snacks.
Scientifically, Ryland would have thought he did.
No, scientifically, Balin would have said yes, but I still don't understand it. I don't know how much about it you want to talk about here. Also, did he get it? Is that crystal closer? Did he get a chance to look in that bitch ass crystal for some bitch ass?
Oh yeah, you're much closer to this
All
one.
right,
Absolutely. Hit me with a perception check.
No.
Or investigation. I'll leave it. No, I'll leave it up to you whether you're kind of staring real hard, which would be the investigation. But if you're just kind of giving a quick glance, yeah, it's perception.
Oh no, he was there was a third of that looking for irate swami bitch ass in there. I almost clicked intimidation. That was great.
Don't do that.
Come on. All right. It's a flat 10.
There's a lot of lights. There's a lot of shiny armor. There's a lot of glints off of this crystal. It's not clear. You can't really notice anything initially.
Raylan's gonna make sure his back is turned. The crystal doesn't have line of sight on the face.
Gotcha.
Ryland, just to be clear, I think Mirchiswa in his hobbies is also an information, I don't want to say broker, but hoarder. And anything we saw, he saw. So don't hold your tongue on his behalf.
Well, I understand that piece, but there's also other people here. But I don't know if it happened yet. I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't know if it's preventable. I don't know if it's... I don't know. But my thing claimed that I had 2 siblings that I lost to the SSD.
Those pesky solid state tribes at it again.
As well as I don't want to say this part out loud because the Tolano thing, let's just say it's supposed to corrupt something very special in our village.
Seems no one has good news from that place. 2 siblings. Your parents don't remember?
Well, that was
Never
part of the
mentioned?
claim. I don't know if it's real guilt. I don't know if it's, but it wanted me to think that I failed those siblings, and I think it's that I think Roland and I are supposed to die in this messed up scenario. It sounded like the Soul Seeker dragon attacked. It was mine and Roland's fault.
Why would it be your fault?
Because we left.
I still doesn't. I mean, what did you do? Hug the wrong person? I don't see you.
Well, we're
Not to be offensive, but you're not.
not supposed to leave. And we did.
So you think
Roland
by
left for his own reasons, and I left because of that. Maybe us being out in the world opened us up to some evil we didn't intend on receiving. Hell, maybe being here right now is setting it up. The Soul Seeker thing could have happened already. I feel like Valen's like able to see that Ryland's like on the verge of spiraling.
Wait, you said siblings. Your mom's pregnant, right?
Yeah. It's only one though.
That you know of.
And again, I don't know if it's the future or the past or some weird parallelogram.
Oh, your people don't lay eggs. That makes it so much easier to understand how many you're working with.
What the fuck is this conversation?
I'm reminded of the time that Ryland found out Valen hatched from an egg.
Like, as awful as it sounds, this is exactly what I think like 2 traumatized boys would talk about. Just like nonsense spewing out of both of them where it's like, I think this is bad. It's like, we're gonna kill a motherfucker.
All right. So the likelihood of you not knowing your entire village having their memories altered is low.
Well,
let's just say
it's not the memories altered part. It's from what we know. It's the attack. It devours every piece of information on whatever it devours. So it could have happened. When we're done here, we're gonna have the elders search through and see if they can't identify something that appears to be missing. I don't know. Maybe because we know the variables, we can maybe not identify what was lost, but maybe we can tell if it did happen.
it would have to be something that isn't normally permeable, like a
What's permeable mean?
uh
I'm just kidding.
It could have been in character, to be honest.
I know. I'm just kidding.
That's why we were all like, oh my god.
Do you guys store anything magically? Like records that aren't
Oh.
traditional?
Maybe.
Maybe
I don't. That's a question better for not me.
Okay, yeah, no, I understand.
I
Well,
I do think it's probably best that. Well, I understand. Wait. Can you still do magic?
yeah, I still feel it.
Okay. What did you lose? Ryland's now doing like an inspection of
My filter. You got here just in time, really. I was going to go ask the tiefling man if he thought he deserved to live, because I believe we're going to need Talona's help. And
Oh. It seems we both lost two things that we really didn't need to lose right now.
I'll be honest with you. I'm done with the bullshit. I just want to cut to it. Let's stop dancing. Let's stop playing games. Let's figure out why.
Listen, if anybody here is about cutting the bullshit, I mean, do you know how many demons and shit I've asked? Why are they demons? Or undead?
Do I tell my buddy that undead are typically not known for their sentience?
Anyways, I think, as much as I hate to say it, I think
we have to kill him.
Lahihi is right. I think we should continue these. I don't know how long this is going to last. I don't know if it's permanent. He claims it's not permanent, and he also, well, you were there.
Mm-hmm.
He claims that if we win, or whatever that means, that we get a powwow one-on-one session with him.
Here's the thing. And this has been what I've been poorly trying to communicate this entire time we've been here. Everything here is set up so that we lose. It's not unlike a gaming house, right? Where everything is rigged. All right, you'll win a jackpot, but your friend is bankrupt, right? It's the same. Like, for you to get to that situation, you're going to have to give up so much information that maybe he didn't even know and now knows, and he'll give up a paltry few questions in response.
I don't think you're wrong, but I think the question is more, is it important that we have this information from the get-go, or is it more important that he doesn't find our information?
At what cost? You lost the connection to your god. I'm the first one.
Hold on, excuse me, while I do. Hold on. Yep. Hold on. Wait, should me 1 second here. Yep. Nope. Okay. Fuck.
I was typing to Mark songs, but there's a cat in the way now, and I can't type no more.
Yep.
I don't trust any of this. I mean, some of the information might be valid. We still need to check it. I don't, like, before I lost my filter, I was not a fan of this. I'm even less so now.
I mean, I've already lost arguably one of the biggest things I could lose. I don't have anything else to lose, and
You have plenty to lose. Could always get worse.
if any information I can get will help anyone,
I
I think it's worth it.
Have you thought about you not being able to retain that information?
What do you mean?
Well, if it took certain elements of us, one of them could be intelligence. You could be transformed into a drooling former sentient
I could
being.
argue you've done that to me a couple times, and it turned out fine.
How did I get compared to this monster? Who's gonna... Look. I don't think this is a good idea. I don't. If you want to do it, I can't stop you, and I don't think I would. You still have your will, but we might need to make some hard choices very quickly.
I think we already have.
Like, I wasn't gonna kill him right off the bat. I just wanted to see.
Oh boy. Do I need to? Never mind. I know the answer to that question.
Down.
Also, thank you, Girls for These Worlds, for the raid.
Oh, hello, welcome in.
Yay!
I missed
Welcome
it.
in. If you'll
The
notice,
boys are
on
having a
Fooz's
bad
screen,
time, but thank you very much. Hello.
There's a kit.
There's
I don't.
Cat butt.
Doing a sploot.
Cat butt.
Cat
Cat butt.
I do not trust Leary at all.
I
Lost something and she came out smelling like roses. I don't think she's anything more than her nature. And instead of
everybody deserves a chance.
Yeah, that's true.
She hasn't necessarily wronged us yet. I'm not saying she's not capable of it, but
I think Irene would disagree, but sure. The snakes bit us once already.
all right. Well, let's go talk to your friend, Kevin. I'll take over for this one. I think if we approach as the four of us, it might be a little bit more intimidating than someone wants it to be.
I think it's already there, but sure, I'll wait.
God damn with the DM inspirations. Fucking.
Thank you, I appreciate it. But I think this is where I'm gonna take a break because we're taking it way late because I peed in before, and I'm sorry guys that made me push back the break because normally I gotta pee by now. But
clear.
yeah, right. That is an important distinction to make that I didn't. So notice. Thank you. We're gonna go on break because we're taking it too late. I apologize. It's 11:07. Let's be back by say whatever 11:28. I guess.
I don't know.
11:28. 11:18. My brain is so smart. I'm sorry.
Math is hard.
11:18.
Math is hard.
We're gonna be back at some point. Good luck.
We'll
Thanks
be
for
back.
reading. We'll see you soon.
We'll be right back. Bye. Oh no. How does brain work? No, you can. Of course you can.
One and a half. We're back.
Ish,
Random word.
but we're back. How's it going? We're back from our break. Yeah. We got some snacks and stuff, and hopefully stretched our legs a little bit. And we're gonna pop back into more gala party stuffs. I'm going to leave the boys, as I think they're about to go traumatize a man. And I'm gonna go back to Maya.
Oh, wait, no, don't go back to me. Shit.
Because hopefully she took this
You
time to
already
think about.
delayed, woman.
Yeah, I was like, you had not only their
did.
scene but the break, so you should be good. Good. But yes, we're picking back up with Mirtiswa addressing the kings as well as Irene in this corner. Just kind of, I believe he said, "I see you felt the need to be here as well," and then that's when Maya short circuited and we left. So we're coming back to you at this moment.
I mean, I felt the need to be in your event too, and that was very interesting.
Yes, I did see you there. I was actually here to announce the next two and coerce the kings to involve themselves, as I would love to see them participate as well. And I've seen
Don't
them
do it.
to themselves here. I wanted to make sure that they enjoyed as well.
Irene doesn't really say anything. She keeps the like pleasant smile on her face, but in her head she's like, "Oh shit!"
Give me a performance check. It's like the Kill Bill sirens, but she's just smiling. Oh shit! Yeah, you can set off like a G. I genuinely think everyone around you is fully fooled. Nobody thinks that there's any panic in Irene as these words come out. But after Mirtiswa says that, he kind of looks down at the kings, who Mytho speaks up first. Well, we've been just enjoying the incredible atmosphere as well as the incredible food, which I would say please tell your chefs, but I think that they're all visible from what I've seen, and I've been complimenting them every chance I get. But I'm not entirely sure we have any interest, not that you would not throw an incredible event, I suppose. We're just sort of comfortable here, if you don't mind. And you can see that Mytho is doing his best to kind of politely decline. But you also watch as Mirtiswa doesn't seem dissuaded by any means. But the thing is, there is things to be gained from everybody. And not only will these events be entertaining by at least some measure, there's a chance for you to also better yourself and your people and your city. I know that's very important to the two of you. And Irene, I'll pause every now and then just in case you want to hop in, because I don't want to talk over you at any point, because I'm yapping at these yapping between everybody. But you can just know, like, insight check really needed also, just because you know about them.
Oh, no insight check needed, because I was fucking ready.
Oh, okay. You don't. Well, I mean, it depends on who you're insight checking.
I was like, I had my hand on the mouse, hovered over the buzzer.
Well, are you inciting? Because I was gonna mention or describe the kings and what they're doing, so you don't need insight for them. But if you were looking elsewhere, then I might need one.
Oh, she is inciting everything he does. Every time he blinks with those luscious lashes.
So not the kings, Mirtiswa. Okay, hit me with an insight check on Mirtiswa.
You got it.
Not bad. He is certainly kind of playing up the host role right now. And I would say with that insight check, you can't quite get a ton of information, but the only thing you would get is that he does seem intent on getting the kings to participate in some way. It is coming off as sort of a casual way to almost like, if you see a wallflower and you see someone's kind of like, come on, get on the dance floor, come have fun. It seems to be in that energy, but you can tell that it feels like he certainly wants them there for more than just whatever fun he's advertising, especially as you had been in one of the events as well. But the kings seem otherwise apprehensive, but Waimiti speaks up from beside Mytho. Well, I suppose we can ask maybe what events are coming up next, as the others were, I believe, ego and refraction. And you see, at that point, Mirtaswa kind of like straightens up a little bit, just because he was looking down to speak with everyone. But instead, you hear his voice kind of boom over the entire event again in that sort of like magic projection. Well, I suppose now is as good a time as any. Thank you all for participating in the first two events of ego and refraction. And his voice just kind of spreads throughout this space. Everybody, no matter how far or where they might be, hearing it very clearly. And we are here to announce the next two events that we'll be conducting. In the same rooms, towards the left side, you will find the event called In This Arm. And further, on the right, you will find Split.
Wait, hold on. In this arm? As in like...
Yes.
In Split?
Yes.
The fuck, Foos? What is this? Nah, man. I don't trust none of this, bro. This seems shady as hell.
Yeah.
Why is mine just turning into like a cranky grandma?
Oh, man.
Girl, this isn't the first time you heard In This Arm either.
It's not.
Yeah, but I
And
still
Ryland has to
especially
go.
with Split in there as well. I think Irene would speak up at this point. And it's just like, but I mean, is he done announcing?
He's in the middle of it, yes. But you hear Split in his arm, and he motions towards which one will be where. And then both events will be starting in 10 minutes. Please find yourself in the respective rooms before the time has lapsed. I will see you all within.
What
And
do
sort of ends
these
the.
entail?
Well, that's for you to find out. This is a bit, I suppose, different than the other. Whereas ego and refraction was a look inward, these two are a bit more of a look outward.
You know what?
That's all I will say.
Insight.
Go ahead. Is that your insight card?
Put down the flag.
You've
Hit me
activated
with
my
an
trap card.
insight. Yup. Hit me with your insight. Let's go.
Ooh. Don't trust nothing this motherfucker says.
Oh.
Okay, what are you looking for in this insight check?
What isn't he saying about these events, basically? They obviously fuck us up in some way if we fail them and give us some kind of beautiful pass, but also like, you know, weird statuey future shit. Like, it's just basically trying to get a beat on what he's not telling us about these.
I think this is good. The gifts in Discord are killing me.
Yeah.
It's a little hard to get that kind of detail from, just whatever he's saying outwardly. I think in in Irene's experience in one of those events and kind of seeing these as well, I think more than anything, Irene's kind of confirming that he's certainly getting information from these events, regardless of what that might be. And if, as he's saying, the other one was looking inward and this one is more looking outward, you imagine that the events might have something to do more with perhaps people around you or how you interact with people or something like that. It's a little hard to tell, but whatever information you're getting from this insight check and looking at him, it's kind of confirming to Irene that this is information gathering on both ends. You might learn something, but he's certainly learning things too.
She's gonna look to the kings and kind of get a gauge on what they intend to do.
I'm going to actually roll for them because they are being.
No, they don't want to go. We got it. They're good. They passed. They hella passed. They don't want to go. Everything's fine. Next.
They don't want to go.
Malin, we got 10 minutes to complete this conversation.
Hold on.
To kill this guy and get back to the kings? That's no problem.
Get out.
Who's? This is a check to see if they're gonna go, right?
This is a. I'm doing insight checks for both of them.
If one of them rolls poorly,
that's a nat
I
one.
would like to assist.
Yeah, one of them got a nat one.
Okay, I don't want to assist that. That's a bit. I can't really
I
help
don't-
you,
I
but
will, to be transparent, it is a natural 1 for a total of 13.
God, you know what? Here you go.
Yeah.
Yay!
Sorry, I looked away for a second. What's happening? Oh,
11.
I see. Okay. Actually, I don't have
Wait for a
the.
second. Everyone's cheering.
Everyone's sorry, I don't know what happened. So I was like, this is good. Okay, so that turns into a 24. And I have one more thing to roll. 1 second. Where in the fuck did I put this?
We are
Give
here
me
to
a
help the kings, after
moment.
all. It's
Mm.
one of
You
our
certainly
dreams.
are, yeah. Okay, so right with that, there's just a moment where you can see not Mircheswa, excuse me, Waimiti, the sort of cleric of the two of them, seems to be kind of the one who seems adamant on not moving at the moment. But there's a moment where you see Mytho kind of like, maybe we should just get it over with. And he makes eye contact with Irene for a moment, who does something to persuade him otherwise, whatever, even that's like a small face or anything. But
She's gonna
in
look
that,
at him.
just looks at him and she's like, fuck, no. But in that short eye contact, you see him kind of bolster his defenses once again. And we will very politely decline, though we absolutely appreciate the invitation. To which you see Amir Triswa just sort of nodding. Absolutely. As I mentioned, please enjoy your time here. Hopefully, you're enjoying that at the very least. But I will be around if you'd like to converse some more. I will leave you two to your lovely little nest here. And what happened?
As Mr. Swat is saying
Lovely
that,
little nest.
Irene is not making any outward gestures, but she's thinking. She's just all middle fingers, just nonstop. Like,
Just mad. Easy enough. But he starts walking away from this particular spot. He does seem to be kind of heading back towards the center, but at a very slow pace and kind of seemingly interacting with numerous people as he goes. But he gives a bit of space, to which you see the kings kind of waiting until there's a decent amount of space before leaning in towards Irene. I imagine you saw him coming, and that's why you decided to rush over here?
You noticed. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that is precisely why. Also, uh, are you aware of what went down in the last event, Seether?
He didn't have events at his other gatherings.
No, I meant the ones that just occurred. Ego and
I've been seeing some nearly stumbling out in some cases, and others looking as though they just made the best deal of their lives. I'm not entirely sure.
each one of those events has a boon or a well, if you fail whatever test it is, it takes.
Oh, are you sneezing? Oh, that's a cough. Oh, that was a sneeze.
Don't die, Maya.
It takes something from you. In my case, I'm feeling pretty clumsy.
Okay.
I feel off balance, off kilter. I was faced with a statue that resembled me, but it spoke as if it was me, as if I had gone on a different path, a darker path, and it seemed to be trying to nudge me towards that path. Um, Obviously, we had some disagreements, and I came out of it worse for it. Um, my companions also came out of it worse for wear. And I'm pretty sure that our esteemed host is gathering information through these interactions. And I also believe that there's a possibility that. Do you know much about the Soul Seeker Dragon?
Not much, but that is on purpose. As well as I imagine these events are very much for that purpose. It also sounds as though those who participate are in for a gamble.
They are.
I was never much for gambling.
Exactly. And she looks towards Mamini and is like, I did that because on the off chance that you failed to gamble, something would have been taken.
You saved my thought, but that's fine.
Sorry.
Don't worry.
Listen, Foos, listen. I'm old.
You're okay. Don't worry. But they both sort of nod in your direction. That's good, and we very much appreciate you participating. Hopefully, not to your detriment. And if anything is, we'll make sure we can do whatever we can to help you. You wouldn't be here if it weren't for our request, so we'll not forget that. But if there is anything you can get, any information that will not put you in dire harm, that would also be appreciated.
When would you like to discuss our findings? Because obviously this place is...
When we're not here, we will do the same. We've been stationary but active, if you can believe that.
Okay. Through us and, well, through whatever else you're doing here in this corner of yours.
Right.
Random question. Those gnolls, she doesn't even look in their direction. She just kind of, you know, that thing you like indicate without looking, just with your eye movement. Have you seen much of them? What have they been doing?
I haven't been there for long. It seems almost like they walk off for a bit and come back. It just seems perhaps to be their chosen resting place. And to be frank, I think they're not leaving that place feeling very fragrant, so no one else decides to lounge there. But I haven't been interacting with many.
And
besides Valen, of course.
Those creatures. She doesn't even know what they are, I'm pretty sure. So she just does this.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
What are those?
Bad. Keep your distance.
Okay. Even here, they're a threat.
Anywhere, pretty much.
Yeah.
Should
Ask
I
the
be worried
kings if you
anything?
think they should live.
What?
Nothing.
Nah. What
Ask
they?
the king if the king should live. or
Valen
ask
does
the
one
king-
event and he's like, I'm an assassin. I'm here to take bitches down.
I am an assassin.
Considering some of us have been making a bit of a spectacle, if we run afoul of them, what should we expect? They're very dangerous, but in what way?
You know how this is often referred to as mind games? What's happening here? Yeah, they do that quite literally. A lot of psionic energy. Do not engage by any means.
Oh. You know, this is great because she's done those psychic spells that stun lock motherfuckers for like a whole turn. So she's just like, oh, I know what that's bad. Ooh, they can do that?
Yep.
Ooh.
I have information on how that can work and it's not good. Yeah, correct.
Oh, I've used psionic spells. Okay. I was still clear of them because
Yes.
thank you. Is there any way you'd like me to be moving some chess pieces around?
Not currently. As I mentioned, just any information you gather is helpful. But we will never ask you to do something you're uncomfortable with. Do what you can.
Okay. All right, well, guess we'll report back in later. She's
safe.
gonna. You too. She's gonna give them the little bow.
They sort of smile at the bow as they've constantly been like, "Don't bow," but it's fine. But they seat themselves once again. Thank you for thank you for the follow, mushy lizards. That's an amazing name.
Why is that?
I don't know. They're mushy lizards. I love lizards, but I've never really considered them mushy. So, but yes, you as you're heading back, you see the kings seat themselves once again, kind of resuming their sort of casual presence there. And Nirja, you were able to kind of oversee pretty much all of this. But you do see Irene kind of breaking off, and you're welcome to do whatever you'd like. You were speaking with Lahiri.
Yes.
And she also recognizes that you were kind of there for like the image of like, I am just talking and doing nothing. See how I am blending in with the crowd? So even when she doesn't speak to you, she doesn't really make it awkward by any means. She'll just kind of quietly sit by you and pretend like you're interacting in a way. So thankfully, she seems to be kind of aiding you in that regard. But you're welcome to break off or stay, whatever you would like.
Well, yeah, I was actually gonna say, as long as Lahiri will tolerate Nirja just nattering at her, she's gonna stay. But once that breaks off, that conversation breaks off, she's gonna say, "Which one are you thinking of doing this time?"
Perhaps in this arm.
I was thinking of doing that too, but depends on who else will go. I have a feeling you might see Ryland there. But anyway, thank you for speaking with me.
You're welcome. I'm heading there now. Feel free to join me, I suppose.
Good luck.
And you? She starts heading off in that direction.
Okay. It was in this arm and what?
And split.
Lovely. They both sound great. So she's going to go, if Irene is also breaking off, she's going to go and meet with Irene and say, just confer and say, I think I'm going into the one called Split. Try my luck there.
Wait, she's saying it's Irene?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what? You want to what? Hold on.
I'll back up. The next two events in this arm and Split, I might try Split. We'll see how that goes.
You know how we all just said that something was taken from us and that your encounter was a bit harrowing?
It wasn't harrowing. I did gain something from it. And I have an idea of how to gain more from it. Actually, Lahiri was much more successful than I was, and I asked her how she did that. She explained it to me as this is all a game, we're all aware of that. A cat and mouse game, and
Wait, you just not realized that?
No. Putting it in the metaphor helped put it in perspective. And what?
No, I'm just go on.
Okay. And if we play along, the more we play along, the more we can learn.
But we've been doing that the entire time.
I don't.
Well, except for Valen,
I haven't. I didn't. So, if you gain something from what did you gain from yours? What information?
I think that would have to be discussed at a later time.
Fair enough.
It's complicated. I'm gonna have to kill my bird. It's just she doesn't say that.
Jesus. I might have to kill this fucking bird. Let me tell you.
Yeah, and Nirja just nods and she says, I get it. I understand. That's what I was trying to tell my mother, and I think I fucked up. and
She's still here.
is she? Well, so are the rest of us. What do you mean she's still here?
Well, I haven't seen. I don't think it's over until it's over. Did she leave?
No, I don't think anybody can leave until Mirchiswa says we can. So I don't.
If you think you made a mistake, we can find her, and you can clear things up a little bit.
Problem is, I should rephrase. I don't think I make a mistake. I made a mistake, but I went about it in not the best way possible.
I like how you entirely missed the part where we could find her and maybe rectify that.
I didn't miss that. I'm trying to insinuate that we can't rectify it now because that would require me saying things in an area where I'm not comfortable saying these things.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. How will you find her when you leave?
I'm hoping that whenever...
Nope, we're going to go find her.
No, Irene, listen to me. I don't want to do this now.
You're missing what
No. I'm not. You're missing what I'm saying,
but
Irene.
If you don't know how you're going to find her after this is over, maybe you should figure that part out so that when you can talk to her, you know how to do so.
Well, how are we all going to find each other once this is over? It's the same thing. Are we all going to leave at the same time? Are we all going to go through the same door, or are we going to plummet off of this floating plate? So
we can ask her where she might be.
We can do that later. We can ask her where she might be. I'm not trying to rectify the situation now. That's what I'm saying. Is that what you're saying?
No.
All right, bye. I'm going. And she's just going to go to wherever Split was indicated.
Split was towards the right, on the map, essentially.
On the map. Okay.
So she's heading towards that. Irene, hello, Lace. They're still at the gala, and there have been 2 more events that have been announced. And
hold on, I'm sorry. I need to roll something really quick.
Okay, go ahead. I'm just talking to Lace in the meantime.
Hey.
And you're just heading off to
How much
the
damage
one called
she took from that psychic damage?
Oh my god, 1 psychic damage from this conversation. But Irene, you are welcome to go wherever you'd like, but we can say that you're heading in any direction, and then I'll pick up with the boys.
Follow Nerja to the Split thing because buddy system, and also because if she fails the thing, it would be great if she could step outside and have support.
Okay. Oh my goodness, Irene is just the fucking sweetest. All right, so Irene and you're heading towards Split. And I'm gonna head back towards the boys, who I'm sure are up to just nothing but good things. So, boys, you were looking to find Bakaris, your potential target on the dance floor. When, as you were doing so, you heard the announcement for the other 2 events. So, you have 10 minutes or so before it starts, but you also can do whatever you'd like as well. But I'm gonna pick up with Kodrono, Kemen, Valen, and Ryland, overlooking the dance floor, essentially.
I have no intention of going to the next one, so if you're going...
We got 10 minutes. Let's go. Who we hunt?
You don't have any powers, do you?
Do any of us?
If this goes sideways...
What are we doing right now?
We're having
We're
a
just
chat.
talking, right?
Yeah, but it's kind of...
Let's go. Let's go grab him by the arm and...
Just drags him on. Everyone is dancing right now. So are you just stomping your way onto the dance floor? Like...
Jumping on the dance floor.
Oh my god.
Waylon just wanted to confirm that Rylan knew he was the carry.
He might not be, my man. He might not be.
Oh my god. What you doing, my guy?
With that, that was to see how Ryland approached it, and I think he'll kind of like, not half-assedly, but like, kind of like you can tell, like if you're watching him, you can tell he's putting on because he has to, but it's like incredibly obvious that it's like, we want to talk to you, and we got some good stuff to talk about, I think.
Okay. All right. So there is no attempt to like we are just dancing our way towards you to have a conversation. You're literally just walking up to him like we need to talk.
No, so they're dancing, but it's like
Okay,
he's
there is
pulling him
dancing.
into
Okay.
dance. You can tell
Gotcha.
that Ryland's like forcing it to happen, and you can also like,
Okay.
I would say that he's probably like it's screaming like, these guys want to talk to me. Holy shit! All right.
Understand. Okay. I will need performance
they're
checks
trying.
from both of you. Yep. Performance checks from both of you.
I'm auto-failing. I'm not trying to perform.
Okay, great.
There's no...
So you're gonna leave it to the paladin with no charisma? The ex-paladin?
I told him to
Yeah.
play it. He wants to call an audible. It's on him.
Oh my god.
Excellent. Let's go.
Yo!
Damn. Son.
Oh.
I'm sorry,
I
was
feel
that a
like-
nat 20 followed by a 1?
It
I
sure
feel
is.
like I gave you disadvantage because Valen said he wasn't helping, so I imagined that was
Yep.
going to be a disadvantage.
Yep.
So I imagine it starts out like Ryland like grabs him and like it starts out well, and Valen's just like, no.
Yeah. No, I'm not. We're not
I
doing
honestly imagine that Ryland was like about to fall into like not even like a waltz or any kind of like intricate couple dance, but like almost just like a quick two-step, like just trying to hit the beat and like mosey his way over. And once you felt like Valen basically just like a rock at the end of your arm, it completely throws you off. And at this point, like everyone on the floor kind of looks in your direction for a second, but otherwise resumes as the music continues. And in moving onto the dance floor, you also recognize that the bow assassin that you have encountered a few times is in the center on the stage. And after that little like stumble, that natural one of the performance check, his masked face turns in your direction, still playing the violin, but just glancing.
I feel
towards
like part of that nat one, because Ryland hasn't seen him up until now. I feel like part of that is like they both stopped dead in their tracks, and Ryland's like, "Did you know he was here?"
Jesus, you two idiots! Oh my god!
Yes, it is very hard to miss.
We're talking to him next. After,
Right?
wait for me, please. Who we talk to first?
I told you I don't have much patience left either. This is partially not my fault.
For me.
We're talking to the
For me.
tiefling.
Okay. And Ryland's just gonna like slingshot us over there.
Oh my fucking god! All right, he is currently paired up with someone, but you are welcome to.
I'm just gonna do like the club bouncer, like stands on the floor, like all right, man. The painfully obvious, like when you're done, come talk to us, kind of situation.
Oh my god! All right, so
With that, Ryland's just gonna. I know you're enjoying your time here, but if we could have a moment of your time, preferably not dancing. My friend here is bad at it, as am I.
I need an intimidation from Valen and a persuasion from Ryan.
No intimidation. I'm so good at that.
Not a disadvantage or anything, just flat rolls for both.
I don't think Irene can see this, and I'm so glad.
Yeah, pros to the end. Let's go.
One had a +5.
I got too many DM inspirations, so I gotta.
That would have been a
use at least one of those.
17.
Sorry, I'm just gonna go ahead and.
Damn, that's me.
That's
is me.
4d4 inspiration.
Yeah, sorry. I'm gonna
Can't
take
you
that from
add
Ryland, I
them?
guess.
Rude.
We can't.
You've taken so much of me, Food. How could you?
Hi, DM Rod. How are you doing? We're having a time here. Let me tell you. Okay, so in having that brief moment of can we please talk to you, and having Bouncer Valen beside you, there's a moment where Bakaris kind of glances at you and then like you can see it, both him and his partner, who happens to be, Irene would know who it is, but the teal-haired woman that the elf was attempting to kind of, the king was trying to dance with, is dancing with him currently. But the two of them kind of turn. Why is my son suddenly your background? That is cheating, and I don't like it. Anyway,
It's not cheating. It's fighting
those
back.
two seem to be dancing together, but Bakaris looks at you for a moment. I am currently busy. I am very flattered, but we can talk another time, perhaps.
It's time sensitive.
Later. Later, if you don't mind.
Violet, I'm not like
How about-
his chances.
How about after this? What is it in
Aren't
my
you
arms?
supposed to be for the people? Let me ask you a
How about-
question.
How about
why
after
does-
the arms?
Hold on. Let me.
He's about to get. Oh, wait,
Let's
hold
just-
on.
I'm done.
I thought
I'm
I was
done.
holding on.
I'm done with the bullshit.
Are we making
Why
a
does-
scene?
Why does Talona want you dead?
Why are we making a scene? Oh,
Oh,
that is a good question.
Do we
That's a
have
very
time
good
for me
question.
now, or should we just handle this later? Is this something that
just
this
a quick.
lovely dance wants to,
Okay.
that you want to really go with?
Just for the
The
record,
music
this is alcohol.
continues,
Foos,
but
can
there's
I get a
almost like
refund on all the rolls that I remade to kind of butter this guy up? Please, can I get all those back? 'Cause
he doesn't know who you're associated with. He only spoke with you, and you didn't say anything about friends or nothing. So you're just a nice lady he met for a moment. But there's almost like a record scratch for the rest of the dancers. The music keeps playing, and the assassin is now watching this like full body staring in your direction while he's still playing the violin. Everyone else around, like in that immediate like 15-foot vicinity, comes to a stop.
He did.
The rest-
He did say we could have talked about this on the side, but that is a very important question.
Oh my fucking god. It is a fantastic question that, as mentioned, not the time to perhaps speak about. I appreciate your urgency in this and also understanding who I stand for in this moment. But if you don't mind waiting over there, maybe we'll have a conversation later.
Insight check.
Go for it.
He's mainly inciting. Like, is he like angry that we know, or is he like upset that it's like y'all just broke hella protocol and y'all need a timeout? Like that's kind of what he's more looking
Go
for.
ahead, go for it.
I was thinking that before I rolled it. Oh, it was almost a nat 20.
That's like the highest fucking insight check Ryland's ever had.
Mine's not, yeah.
Nearly. I think in his face you initially see that like kind of frustration of like, that's a ton of attention on me and you're not saying nice things. But in his response to you, you're starting to see a little bit of fear. And him trying to kind of like douse the flames of whatever Valen is doing and saying right now is mostly seemingly for his own protection.
I think we should wait.
I don't know if that's going to be an option. Let me speak plainly if I haven't before. I thought you politicians were about seizing opportunity. There might be events that unfold in the future where you'll look back at this moment and might be a little sting of regret. Time sensitive, again. You might find Ryland waiting by the side. He's far more patient than I am, but you won't find me.
Sounds like someone speaking with a lot of regret. I'll speak with you later. He looks at Ryland. If you don't mind. Kind of attempts to
Ryland's
step
gonna
back.
kind of pick up and shimmy on over to the side. And he'll throw in a twirl for.
Give me a quick perception check for Ryland as you're doing this. You can say whatever, like, flat or disadvantaged based on what you're paying attention to. I will fully leave that up to you, but this is just a quick perception check as this is happening. Okay. As you are sort of twirling and just getting Valen off the floor, essentially, the one hand that was kind of behind you, you feel one hand grasp onto yours, and as you turn, you see the satyr. You finally made it. You promised me the dance.
You did what?
I feel like well, hold on. He would be. It's like, I said I would try, and I need to go to this at arms thing because our person here wants us to do it. So I will see you later.
All right. Well, at least it's here, so I will see you soon.
You might be able to dance a Valen while I'm gone.
I'll see you when you get out. Low Wisdom Valen is a treat. Okay, so you're heading into in this arm. Valen, you're staying out here to probably just mean mug Bacars the whole night. The women have come out to split.
Oh, Riley would have paused. Yeah, Riley would have paused
sure,
right
sure.
here and had a sidebar with Valen before he walked in. But yeah.
Okay, no problem. Kodrono, you have been kind of overseeing a lot of chaos, essentially.
Yes!
He is. He's back. He's kind of back.
I was like, is she talking to herself? Oh no!
I'm not talking to myself. No, Dubs is back. He's back, baby. You have been overseeing quite a bit of chaos. You saw that for a moment. The host, Mirtaswa, was going to speak to the kings. And before that, Irene kind of shuffled in and thankfully kind of intercepted whatever was happening there. Afterwards, you saw both Irene and Nirja. Oh, there was two more events that were announced. One called In This Arm, and the other called Split. And you noticed as Nirja first, and then Irene after, went to go to Split. And Ryland and at the moment Lahiri are going towards In This Arm. Valen looks really mad, and you saw Valen kind of make a scene. Not kind of. He super made a scene on the dance floor in which everyone kind of like screeched to a halt and stared at him as he was speaking out loud to Bakaris. But it seemed to kind of slowly get swept under the rug a bit and carry on as was. But you're kind of seeing your teammates split up and divvy up here. You are free to go wherever you'd like.
Oh my god.
He will go to in the arm.
In This Arm is the one that's like right here.
I don't see right here.
It's where Ryland is.
Hey, Foos.
So here, what's up?
Meta-wise, so what was the other one called? The ego was int. The other one was no. What was it? Was it wisdom?
Wisdom.
Is In This arm. Is that strength? Based on this thing here, and is split? Is that? I feel like that split is constitution.
You'll find out.
Yeah, I don't know where my token is, so can you move me?
Oh, your token is down here. You're blending in with all the bushes because you're a half orc, but you're here.
That's racist. No. Right.
That's Urbis.
Also, can people see the map on the stream?
Not currently, just because there's so like you guys are in such far corners that I didn't think it made sense to show it right now.
Okay.
Did you want it to show?
I mean, yeah. If I were unsure, it'd be like, "What are they looking at?" But that's just because Buggy likes looking at things.
No, you're good. You're good. I can show a little bit. It's just, there's a lot happening, so sometimes I don't want them to be like, "What the fuck am I looking at right now?" Especially when y'all are giving some awesome performances, like just Valen being real cranky and shit.
Thank God I have so much alcohol for this. Oh my God.
Good. It's so good. Okay, so that's the way the team is sort of divvying up from what I can see. Valen, you are watching your teammates go in various locations. Kemen kind of zooms back to your side. Is there anything you would like to do as they are kind of heading off?
Does Bakaris get close to the edge during his dances at all? Any point?
Not anymore.
I'm kind of noticing that strategically he's seemingly always been on the inner ring. He hasn't been terribly close to any edge.
Okay. And as far as Valen understands, magic is it was not permitted to get in. Although he's seen some here. So is it like would he understand that it's like the temple where it's like it's certain people are greenlit and other people are
Sort of. You
Blacklisted?
can recognize that it's certainly monitored, because you were aware of Ryland attempting to kind of use one of his paladin abilities, and it wasn't shut down immediately, but it had enough time to be like activate, and then they immediately shut it down before it got very far. So there's a chance that you'll likely be able to start a spell, but it might not either complete or reach its destination or target or something like that.
Okay, good to know. Excuse me. Van's gonna leave the dance floor.
I was gonna say before they split, Ryland's gonna be like, "All right, are you gonna be okay? Can you wait long enough?"
How mad would you be if you got out of there if he was gone?
I don't think mad's the right word, but I would prefer it not happen.
Your village is in danger. We could stop that with one pompous ass flying off this thing.
What makes you think that's gonna work?
Well, it'll work because I'll be able to cast magic if he falls off of it and finish the job. I'll see it done. But
Are you willing to sacrifice yourself? Is that what I'm hearing?
no, I'm prepared.
Also,
I
hydrate.
would not be surprised if there was some sort of safety net for this type of event. There are a lot of people here who are not allies. I'm sure there was a contingency in place to keep an all-out war from being waged on this platform.
You are ducking my question, which is unlike you, sir.
Balin, you know I consider you my brother.
Indeed.
There's nothing we can't repair. But I don't think I need to answer the question because I think you already know the answer. In 1 minute, the event will begin. All right, I love you. I gotta go.
Please be seated and fasten your seatbelt. Get the fuck in this, bitch. Stop talking to your friend. All right. But you guys have this conversation. Also, we need Nenners and Flandy to have some water because everyone else did.
I did again. I'll do it one more.
Okay,
I'm
do it
drinking
again.
water all night, man. I mean, all right. I got you.
Jesus!
God, that was gross.
Stop it!
Why would you do that?
Oh my god.
Is alcohol
Dude,
town?
that was so loud. Holy shit. Oh my god.
I'm getting
Oh.
the bad emoji. Where is it?
I
Just
don't
straight
think
bottle bad.
anyone deserved that.
I heard
that
I heard
was
dad,
weird.
not bad. That was great.
That was dad's. No, you're good. Okay, so with that, Valen out here being a planny man, being real cranky and very planny. We're gonna have you hanging out there. The rest of the team.
Ryland's giving them the you were watching Sarah McLachlan on the TV at late night, and she's playing the sad dog music. He's giving them those looks before he walks in.
Oh my god. Dub's already had water, so he's having water again. There you go. More water. Yeah, so team in this arm is Kodrono and Lahiri and Ryland. And team split is Nirja and Arin. Excuse me as I'm getting a couple things together.
Party splits up.
As the party splits up, once again, let me go get your stuffs and then we'll get going. For this, I think last time I was just kind of going from left to right, but maybe I'll do that again. I was gonna say, does either team want to go first? Because last time I just chose, but does anybody have any thoughts?
I don't know. Both teams have very sleepy people. I don't.
They do. That's correct. That's correct. That's correct.
I mean, I can. Hey, Dubs. You
Yeah,
wanna
don't worry.
rock,
We won't
paper,
be
scissors?
going. Oh, no.
Dubs, rock, paper,
Yep,
scissors for who goes first. Because you and I are the sleepy people we're referencing. Come on, let's go. All right.
Oh boy.
Kai, bye, bull.
Damn it.
We go.
Okay, so it's
Alright.
ladies in split will be going first.
Yay!
So I will be
You're welcome,
getting
Maya.
us over to there. And even though every time I think Maya goes first, she's always like, wait, give me time. I'm not ready.
Go first for what? This is for the games, right?
It is. But like,
She's
there are
not-
times where I'm like, we're going. And you're like, I don't know what to do. So hold on. Let me grab you two.
She's
And
not
we're heading.
participating. I don't understand why you had to put me in it. She's just on the sideline.
For split, you're not going in?
No. She's just going to keep an eye on, like, because if you go
Okay,
in,
so you're just going
participating,
first.
right?
Correct. So you're going to wait outside.
Yeah, she's
Outside,
waiting
great.
outside.
Cool.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so
You're sending her in by herself.
Fuck!
that's why I was like,
I
that's
thought.
what I was like. I thought she was going in because
Hold
the
on,
buddy system.
wait. So you're telling me
The
that
buddy
the
system
drone is
counts
going
if
to
you
a
don't-
different one?
Correct.
And fuck! Damn it! Irene's like,
You
"Wait,
made your decision."
he's going over there? Shit! And then she's just like,
I feel like Irene was standing outside waiting. She's like, I'm being a good friend. I'm gonna be here when she needs me.
yeah,
Did
pretty
nobody else
much.
go in there?
She's watching the drone go the other way. And it's like, just like, eeny, meeny, miny. All right, come on. Just goes in.
So, Nirja, you're probably in there for a good, like, possible minute before Irene comes in as well.
She's gonna step in and be like, I really don't approve of this strategy. No more of these, okay? No more.
What?
Look at how clumsy I am. I don't want this no more.
It'll be temporary. Let's learn from our
Oh,
mistakes,
okay.
I guess.
I did.
As you walk in, much like the other rooms, it's exactly as you sort of left it, in this sort of circular space with this giant crystal in the center. And again, it's kind of clear initially, but eventually you see the visions of Mirtiswa kind of appearing in the center, in which he sort of regards everybody in this room for a moment before kind of speaking out loud. So, Jesus, Flandy, I just saw the fucking Foozca. Accurate. Discord. We're putting stupid shit in it.
In the disco.
So, as you arrive and he's speaking to you, welcome to Split. Thank you for participating in yet another event in which we can learn about ourselves and everyone around us. Also, Dubs, I think we hear all of that.
Yeah, we kind of.
You're kidding. Hold on, I'm gonna mute while he opens up a bag of snacks at midnight. Hold on.
It's the best time.
Midnight snacks are great. Yeah, best time for
It's literally a
snacks
phrase for it.
and drinks.
The best part
Bag
is
of
those are
snack
my,
at
those are my
midnight.
pretzels. But
That
that's
is the
okay.
best part, man. You gotta get
Pretzels
somebody else-
again!
Good job.
Those are my
Good job.
pretzels.
Tuesday's
Not
pretzels
anymore.
and Dubs
Fine.
is snacking.
You know how everyone's playing mind games? That's how he's playing with me. He's eating my pretzels on stream. I'm
Dubs,
kidding.
you gotta look
Everyone's
at
playing
it
my-
while
It's
you
just
eat
you.
each one. Just like,
Everybody.
You're the only one here.
look dead at him.
No,
while you
you're
eat
good.
one.
Anyway, Mirtiswa addresses everyone. Welcome to Split, where we may learn about ourselves and those around us. Much like the other events, if you have participated, this is unique and private. You will be seeing things that no one else will be able to see, and you may be able to learn some things about yourself and the split decisions we may have to make. And you see him starting to kind of fade away from that crystal in the center. Still there, but just kind of very much translucent. Facebook private.
This is Irene's
Not Nenu's
face
always
right now. It nurges us.
The whole time. So we are in Split. Can I? This is when Maya's gonna be so fucking mad at me. Have a dexterity saving throw for the two of you, please.
You did this to me, Nurja.
I didn't do anything.
You
Oh.
still is. What's going here?
For
Can I
context, Irene had went to an event and failed something, and her dexterity is now 6 as a result. So now with her 6 dexterity, she needs to go roll.
Oh!
Let's fucking go!
Girl! do so well.
I'm so fucking hyped for you. Oh my goodness. I can't believe that. Holy shit. Irene, because of your natural 20, you get to influence your answers a little bit. So I will let you know when those come up and when those will be important. At the very end, you will also get advantage on your last roll, much like last time as well.
Is it also a dex save?
You'll find out. But
Can I
as
add? Oh, sorry. Can I add,
you add what?
My modifier that I won from the last thing to this?
Was it to all of your saving throws?
Let me check.
Just confirm. I'm pretty sure it is. I'm just saying that out loud so I remember.
Let's see.
It's wisdom saving throws and checks, girl.
Just wisdom saving throws. Wait, hold on. What did I write? Can add modifier to any. Yes, wisdom saving throws. Yes, you're right. Thank you for
being a friend. Travel down this road back again. Okay. So those got my back. So as the announcement is stopping and you're feeling the space around you almost feel like thick and heavy and like kind of hard to move through. And Irene, despite feeling sluggish, I almost feel like she went into this knowing she was at a disadvantage. So she kind of got in the zone and was like, I'm already fucked up. Let's just do the best we can. And even though it just kind of feels like thick and syrupy as even the lighting in this room seems to dim down to black, you still feel like you have pretty good control over yourself in this space. And that whatever comes next hopefully won't be too difficult. But Nirja, you watch as Irene disappears. Irene, you see Nirja and everyone else disappear as well. As initially your vision goes black. You are still kind of lit. You can still see yourself in your lovely outfits while you are here. But as it fades to black, it starts kind of picking up in color again. And you're no longer in this circular room beside your friend or with anyone else or even any crystal visible to you. Instead, you find yourself in a hallway that is actually very similar to the construction of this space that you've been in before, where the ball and the gala is taking place in. A lot of stone work, a lot of beautiful, intricate carvings around you. No windows, but just a long, seemingly endless hallway that walks you forward, essentially. And the air still feels sort of like thick and syrupy. And as you stand in this space, you kind of are starting to find it hard to stand in your spot. And almost like there's a pressure kind of pushing down on you. And there's almost a fear that if you stand still for too long, it might hurt. But as you kind of take a few paces down, you start to see sort of a glimmering, flat looking dimension kind of in front of you, just a plane of some kind. But getting a little bit closer, taking these steps, Irene especially, just being able to navigate this, not easily, but far easier than anyone else. Nirja, you're finding yourself struggling through this entire adventure, or just trying to walk forward. Each step is a struggle. And for you, more than Irene, there's almost a fear that that crushing weight that kind of sits on you if you stay for too long can possibly get you a little bit easier because you are struggling through this.
Okay.
But in feeling sort of the intensity of that pressure and the need to rush forward as you're going forward through this hallway with no windows but still lit in some way, no fire, no braziers of any kind. But Irene, as you are walking towards your first sort of panel in front of you, you see that it sort of splits into two, and they almost look like two transparent like glass panels. However, there seems to be sort of arcane and magic kind of running up the sides of them. And in the center, you can see what looks to be, on the left side, a symbol representing water. And on the right, there's a same panel, but in the center, there's a symbol that represents fire instead. And knowing about these sort of mind games and being in this particular event, you recognize that this is sort of asking you, if you had to choose between your natural affinity of water or your sorceress origin that makes you proficient in fire the way it does, which would you have to choose?
That's some bullshit, folks.
Yep. By the way, I'm timing all of your answers, and certain things happen if you don't answer.
Sorry. Coughing.
Mm-hmm.
She's given her encounter in the other space. She's actually going to step into the water one.
Okay. I will leave you there as I'm going to head over to Nirja's.
Okay.
Nirja, much like her, a hallway starts to form in front of you and panels that you are walking towards. And rather than the sort of simple timer or simple sort of symbols that Irene saw on one side and then on the other, for yours, the first one that you see on the left side, again, that glass panel with sort of arcane, almost like lightning kind of shooting across it. You see Nirja from the past, where you were in your uniform. You see your home behind you. We don't have a commands command. I'm sorry. I think Flandy put like a help, if I remember correctly. I see people putting commands. I don't remember what it is. I'm sorry. We're bad at this. There it is. Thanks, Flandy. But Nirja, on one side, you see yourself at home before any of this had ever happened. And then on the other side, you see almost exactly a mirror reference of yourself. And between these two choices, you can see that the panels are kind of asking, would you have rather stayed home and never had any of this happen to you? Or would you rather be the person you are right now?
For her, that's simple. She would rather be the person that she is now.
Okay, so you walk through that particular glass panel, and it seems to, for the two of you, as you're walking through it, it almost feels like, because the air is like sludge and heavy, like you should be kind of pulling or like resisting, almost like you're running through some kind of film in a way, but instead it almost like shatters around you. Even if you're going slowly and you're struggling through it, it just kind of breaks, and you walk through that space and you can still see the hallway in front of you. It's a tiny bit more, bless you. I watched Maya like charge up that laser. That was quite a sneeze. Yes, bless you. You can see that the rest of this hallway seems a little bit more narrow than the previous walkway, the doorway that you just came through. So I will go back to Irene, and for this particular one, as you're coming up the next panels, both seem to have silhouettes of Irene of some kind. And in one, it is the fire that you are so capable of wielding, but you can see that just the stance and also the way you are using the flames, it seems to be heightening your sense of destruction, or even showcasing that in some way. And the other panel also has Irene, but instead its emphasis is on the flaming wings that come from your phoenix tie. And it seems to be emphasizing the rebirth ability, as if it is making you choose between your ability to be reborn or your ability to destroy.
She goes for the reborn one, no hesitation.
Mm-hmm.
Great. I will hop over to Nirja once again. These panels, the first one that comes up, you again see your home on the left, but this time destroyed. You can't quite tell how, but smoke, fire, ashes, not a lot of chance for anyone to have survived. You can see that that decision is, would you rather lose your home? And on the right side, you see 4 familiar bodies. The preventers, all dead. Would you rather lose your home, or would you rather lose the preventers?
Oh my god. And this is also timed. Shit. Oh my god. Okay. Shit. Home including people, I guess. She will choose, like, she would rather lose her home, assuming that it's talking about like the buildings in the city and not necessarily people, as opposed to seeing people lying on the ground.
Okay, so you choose home in that sense. We go back to Irene. For this screen, you're a little bit relieved to not see yourself in it, but then that relief immediately vanishes, as on the left side, you see an adult tabaxi that you immediately start to recognize is Kambish. And on the left side, he looks very capable. There's numerous weapons along his back, along his hips. He seems to have some kind of arcane talent of some kind. But in his posture and in his face, you see a world-weary, scared Kambish. And on the right side, you see another adult version of Kambish, your adopted son. But this one seemingly pampered and perhaps incapable of protecting himself. And a lot like those pompous assholes you saw outside. So would you rather have a sort of scarred Kambish who can perhaps protect himself or is very capable in some way, or the very sheltered, nearly useless Kambish?
She's gonna walk towards the world-weary one. There's gonna eventually be a day where we can't be there to protect him, and even though it might suck, she'd rather he be able to keep going on if something happens to them.
Again, the glass shatters around you as you walk through, and the hallway gets narrower and narrower as you are making these decisions. Nirja, on your next panel, the left side, you see a silhouette of yourself. This one, more horns than you remembered. You only have 2 right now, but this one seems to have 6 or so. You don't have a tail, being a dragonborn, but you're recognizing some kind of tail as well. The more you're taking in the details, the more you're realizing whatever demonic influence was in your head likely started affecting your body in this vision. So you sort of became more demonic as well. And that is on the left side. On the right side, it seems to be Nirjo once again. However, this time your face and your body is desiccated and hollow, slim and seemingly standing by magic alone. On that side, it seems to have almost exacerbated the undead status of Nirja. Soulless still, but not demonic, just undead instead. If you had to choose between demonic influence and undead.
Cool. She would have chosen undead.
Okay. You step through the undead. Once again, it shadows around you. I'm trying not to look at any of these gifts until I'm done. As you are stepping through, Irene, your next panel, you can see a vision you haven't seen in a very long time, and that is your home. And it is pristine, and it's actually... The tribes never went to war. You never likely had the Phoenix in a way that made for conflict in your home. Lives weren't lost, and your mother and father are still alive. Would you prefer to have prevented the conflict at home, or on the right side, you see Brophy? Would you have rather prevented his death?
Ooh, you suck. It's not an easy choice, but she heads through her homeland.
Okay. Goes through the home one that shatters around you. Nirja, you continue through.
Lives versus one life. It's
Yeah.
It's rough. The split decisions we are making. As you are stepping through to this next one, you see the figure that you have seen in your mind before. And unfortunately, you forgot. And you do recognize that it is the brother that you had your memories erased of and seem to have been lost by the Soul Seeker Dragon. But rather than that sort of scarred, weeping figure that he usually presents, he's instead healthy and alive and safe. Would you have rather had your brother restored? Or on the other side, it is the Soul Seeker Dragon seemingly destroyed. No details are made of this dragon, by the way. It's just sort of a silhouette, a reference that you understand and can recognize immediately upon seeing, but no details, no physical description you can immediately get. But would you rather have your brother's life restored or the dragon be killed?
Dragon be killed.
Walks through that as it shatters. Irene, as you step up to the next one, there's something that kind of confuses you for just a second. And a part of you wonders if you're getting information for just, oh my goodness, we got raided. Oh, hello, my Grand Quest. How's it going? Happy Saturday. Thank you so much for the raid. I gotta shout you guys out. Hold on, pardon me. Flappy was in the calls you.
We're going through trauma, guys.
We're not going through
Welcome.
trauma. Everything's
Yeah,
fine.
we
Thank you
are.
so much for
No,
the
it's not.
Simple Step Gaming. Thank you for the follow. We're having so thank you for the follow, Splendor. We are. They're going through some fun
Trauma.
games. We'll say it's not trauma.
Fun games. Get out of here. This ain't no
Terrible.
carnival. This is a fucking
These are
torture
fun
ride.
games.
No, this is
Carnival.
not some like this is
Foos
not
has
like some
interesting
balloon
ideas of what
popping
constitutes
shit.
fun.
They're having a fun time. I'm just
No.
kidding. No, they're not. They are going through some magical decision making that is not super fun for them. But only 2 of them are going through it right now, and I must say, you ladies are doing a very good job. But I'm going to pick up with Irene again, who finds herself in a sort of magic hallway and sort of projecting things to. Oh, that's adorable! What the hell? Man, I wasn't ready for that. Okay, going through this magical hallway with 2 sort of panels of glass that she has to choose between and walk through in this sort of magic test of some kind. But on this one, you get to see an image of yourself, actually. On the left side, kind of similar to what you saw in Kambish, is sort of a world-weary looking Irene, who you're starting to understand that there was something about you that you forgot, and that this version of you did not forget it. And not only did she not forget it, but she experienced more on top of it. And she looks exhausted on the left side. On the right side, it is a much different Irene, one who seems pleasant, seems happy, but even though it's a reflection, an etching of magic vision of some kind, you can see that she is not as capable. Very similar in what you saw with Kambish. There's less that she understands, there's less that she can handle, there's less that she has handled. But she's happy. You have to choose between the world weary or the sort of sheltered Irene.
She walks through the happy one, not because she's in pursuit of that, but because she feels like she has to stop herself from becoming whatever that statue was.
Gotcha. All right. Steps through and the glass shatters around you as you walk through. But as you are doing so, I'm going to cut back to Nurja. On this particular one, you get 2 similar images from about 2 panels ago. Your homeland on one side, and the Preventers on the other. But rather than the destruction of either, just their body language and the way they are standing, you recognize that one of them, they're sort of rejecting you, essentially. So essentially have it so that the Preventers reject you in a way that does not allow you their friendship, their help, or any relationship at all. Or your family at home reject you.
I guess. Oh. She knows that she could deal better with her family rejecting her rather than her chosen family. Biological versus chosen. So she walks through the family. Which one? Wait. He doesn't mind if her family rejects her. Which one is that?
Yes. So you go through the family one essentially,
Okay.
but you're essentially saying the Preventers are more important to you in this particular situation.
Yeah.
So for this one, Irene, as you get up to this one, this particular one it's getting way more narrow as you're going through this hallway, and this one it feels like if there's another door after this, it might just be one door. There's not much space for more than just one Irene. You can feel the walls inches away from either of your shoulders as you're going through, but you're still able to choose between either door. The left door has what I almost imagine can be described as a almost casual looking Irene. An Irene that is sorcererless. A regular water genasi Irene. And on the right side is a very recognizable silhouette of Kandara, your phoenix. Would you choose to be sorcererless, or would you choose Kandara?
Fuck.
You could be a warlocko.
So wait, her sorcery came from her water side too, right? Or is it all?
No, it's Kandara for you. For your specific background, yes.
She's going to go through the casual one.
Ooh, very cool. All right. Sorceressless Irene steps through that kind of door. And then on the very last, also for Nirja, this part is barely wide enough to hold your shoulders as well. But the two doors that are before you are silhouettes of two of your close companions, two who are often bickering in some way. But in this silhouette, they both appear to be in danger. On the left side, you see Valen, and on the right side, you see Irene. If you had to save one, who would you save?
Oh my fuck.
No hard feelings, man.
God.
The proper gift
This
wouldn't
is-
be able to save himself.
I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that. So she can only fit through one fucking door. Jesus Christ.
Do you want Nenners and I to mute? So we don't...
Okay. That timer looks like it's counting up, Foos.
It is?
Okay, cool beans. Fuck. All right. She's gonna choose to save Irene because it seems like she's gonna be saving more people at once, I guess.
Okay, so you step through the Irene door. Again, it shatters around you.
Oh my God.
And at the end, the two of you are looking at the very last panel in this very narrow hallway, each with sort of the decisions that you've chosen represented along that door, or that pane, really. And behind it just seems like it's darkness, as if this endlessly beautiful hallway has finally... in the middle of this, I just get a delivery of pretzels. Thanks, babe. But anyway, pretzels aside.
She doesn't need pretzels.
See,
She
this
needs
is why
love.
she
Go give her
continues
hugs.
performing it. She gets rewarded.
Absolutely pretzels. Pretzels are
You're
important.
rewarding her for causing us trauma, Dubs. I'll have you know that.
This final panel
Whose
that
you
seems
on?
to have the hallway end in darkness directly behind it. Thanks, babe. You can see the etchings of each of your decisions along that, and the ones that took a little bit more time, seemingly bigger. Irene on Nirja's particular one, and Kandara, or excuse me, the sorceress-less Irene on the other. And you recognize that you can walk through this last one, and that this one is coming to a close once you do. And as you do, those decisions may influence what you do in the future. Maybe you got a chance to kind of think of them ahead of time before they actually happen. But as you're stepping through, go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw. And Irene, you do get yours at advantage. Nirja,
Okay.
because your time eclipsed the acceptable time for the average of each, you will do yours at disadvantage.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. But don't I get to add my modifier thingy? No?
You sure do get to add your Constitution modifier to your Wisdom saving throw.
Okay, I'm just gonna roll my wisdom saving throw. Where do I find my Constitution modifier again? I'm sorry.
It's just the 3. It's the +3. We'll add 3.
God damn. All right, I'm rolling this for myself, apparently.
Okay.
I got one on deck, so.
You got a D4. Okay. We do have a few, I believe, D4s out there, right? Quadrano, you have a D4 too, actually. You just got one. Irene is still a little short. So if
Wait,
anybody...
what about
Posture
inspiration
check, pardon me.
die? What about inspiration die? Who's got that tonight? That's Quadrano and who?
Oh, yeah. Quadrano, yeah. Dubs, you have
Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, shit.
He rolled both. Okay.
Thank you, Quadrano. Thank
All right,
you.
hold on. Let me...
you.
I'm doing the math in my brain. Is so actually, yeah, you need all. No, you would need totally just the other one. Okay. Anyway, Irene, you do find yourself passing as you walk your way through this. Nirja, unfortunately, the same
I
cannot be
don't
said
pass.
for you. But let me just double check. Nirja, in coming through this, it's almost like that sort of sludgy feeling in the air is sticking with you on your way out, and you feel slower in every aspect of your being. You, for a time, will have a -3 to all of your ability checks.
Wait, does that like stack
Yep.
with the other one where you're
It sure
like,
does.
oh,
Yep. And Irene, let me double check yours. Hold on. Pardon me.
I can't wait to see if Ryland fail through the floor on this next one. This is gonna be
Get
great.
out of here, Dennis.
Oh my goodness. Okay, there we go. Irene, on the contrary, you get to add your charisma bonus to any of your ability checks. If you already have proficiency, or if you already are using your charisma, you essentially get to use 1.5 of it. So we always round up, so that would be an extra 3. So for example, if you already have something that has charisma and your bonus is 5, it turns into an 8 instead.
I think I got it.
Okay.
But you
I
can say it
will
again,
have it
but
all typed
okay.
up for you as well, but you're good.
Thank you.
No problem. But add a global modifier to your ability checks of 5.
Oh, okay. Let's see if I remember how to do that.
And unfortunately, Nirja is a -3.
Yep,
So
to everything. To everything.
So your
2
wisdom
ability
balances
checks,
out.
not
Ability.
saving throws. Correct. Not saving
Oh.
throws. So any saving throws, you're fine. Ability checks. So all of your like perceptions, athletics, anything like that. Any check.
Got it. And
-3.
And do I know how long that is? Like for the foreseeable future? Okay.
So I'm adding a 3 to everything. Or a 5?
A 5. It's a 5, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And with that, I'm actually gonna leave you girls here because I'm gonna head over to In This Arm. Oh my god, I just
We
looked
can
at the
end
time.
here.
I'm sorry.
We can totally
Yeah,
end
it's
here.
like, you are dying, and I just looked at the time. I apologize. Yeah, we'll end here. We'll end with you guys doing that. This was fun. Hold on, let me double check. The one more thing that I'm.
This
Oh
was
my God.
fun.
One more time.
Oh yeah, fun for
Charisma
who?
checks are an 8.
Your wisdom checks.
The charisma stuff.
Your charisma, any check gets a +5 to it. If you already use your charisma for it, you add an extra 3.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
No problem. All right, so you guys, each of you have 1 win, 1 loss. So as that is happening, essentially, we're gonna draw it to a close here. And my brain is really struggling right now. Tomorrow, there we go. We have our last episode of Power Rangers, in which we are all going to roll so poorly, it's going to be hilarious. So please hang out with us and watch us fail to death.
Powered Rangers, to be honest.
Yeah, we really should be. And watch as poor Anne has to shuffle and find out reasons for our success despite our garbage rolls. But it will be fun. And we will be back, I believe, this Friday and Saturday as our usual Legacy and Roll Better. We're trying. It's not good. It is not on purpose, I promise. And we'll be doing that tomorrow. And then next week we should be back to normal. Yes, please put F for respect. Thank you very much. We're going to go raid, though, as we normally do. So I'm going to ask you guys to stall while I go look. Because I didn't realize what time it was.
Who are we paying respects to for the F's in chat? Is that
us? When
us
we roll garbage.
because we failed?
For the
we
best.
roll
Oh my god, is that
yeah.
the actual F key? That's amazing. I
Wow,
love
that really is cool.
What happened?
That's-
Oh my god, it is the
That's
literal.
amazing. Who's your busy? Get back to work.
So I thought it was cool that we went through. I do agree with Mark's songs that it gave me Enter the Dragon vibes with all the mirrors and
Yeah,
shit.
I did see the Enter the Dragon gif in there, and I was like,
that's one of my
great.
favorite movies,
yeah.
by the way. I
Hell
love
yeah.
Kung Fu movies. Recommend me Kung Fu movies, guys. Irene,
No, boy.
the only
That's the
one I was
legend.
surprised about Irene was for you choosing water. For the other ones, it really made sense. The other ones, I kind of figured you
The
would choose.
sorcererless one, I was surprised, to be quite honest. But I understand why. Not doubting it at all. It was great. It was great.
Did I do that correctly, Foos? I mean, you probably have to do
Who
some
did what?
inspecting, but
According
on your
Do
sheet.
that-
I will take a look in just a second. I just want to make sure we raid before.
Oh yeah, we got to
Is this
vote.
really
Votes
called-
if you have voted.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah,
please
vote.
whisper to me your
Vote.
votes. This I don't know how long they'll be on, but we're just gonna go raid because also I love the name because it's called DMD Ingbat. Dingbat. DM Dingbat. Got it. My brain is working hard. We're gonna go raid DM Dingbat because that's a great name.
DM
and I love it very
Dingbat.
much. And they're playing in person, and I'm jealous. That's so cool. So we're gonna go start the raid. Please give me your votes. Thank you everybody so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for the follows. We're actually 4
Yeah.
away from our goal of 300. Incredible.
What?
And
Boys.
then I think
300?
and yes, Insomnia is amazing. Thank you so much, Grim Quests and Girls Run These Worlds for the raids. It was amazing.
Wades.
The waids. We're gonna go raid as well. And have a freaking wonderful night. Thank you for joining us.
Take the raiders with us.
We're gonna, enjoy this raid with you and hang out and stuff. So have a great night. Bye.
Bye.
Don't forget to watch.